Okay, tano koutou katoa. Welcome everybody. Welcome to councillors, welcome to staff, welcome to members of the public, welcome to the media. Thank you for being with us today. We have quite a full agenda, so we need to stay on task this afternoon. Not that we don't normally stay on task. However, apologies. As far as I know, there's no apologies, but I see no one's heard from Brian. No. Michael Laws is on Zoom. Moving on to the public forum, there is no public forum today. Moving on to item 3, confirmation of the agenda. Kate. Then Hillary.
I don't want to, I was considering asking for the agenda to be changed. I'm finding it frustrating that the first item is a long-term plan that should have been informed by a land transport plan and a public transport plan. I appreciate that you will have organised staff to do this way. My request is that if we confirm the agenda as is, that as far as the long-term plan goes, it will be subject to any discussion on the RPTP so that we can actually meaningfully discuss the changes that are in the RPTP. And I'll give an example is that we've suggested that no trials in the RPTP will be held until 2024. That wasn't, I think, in the original draft. And we can't discuss that if it's going to have a long-term plan ramification. So as long as we've got some clarity that the long-term plan, setting the long-term plan will be subject to any subsequent discussions on the RPTP or RLTP, I'm happy. Otherwise, I'd move that we change the order. Apologies.
Just hold that thought.
I hope that makes sense.
Before I go to Sarah, I'll just go to Hillary. I assume, are you raising the same question, Hillary?
No, although now that it's been raised, I've got something to say about it, which won't surprise you. But no, I was going to confirm moving the agenda.
Okay. Sarah, was there anything that you wanted to cover off in terms of the issue that Kate's raised about adopting the transport papers before the LTP?
No, but, well, yes, I suppose. I'd probably like to throw to Nick, but
Welcome, Brian.
You know, we're sort of at a point with the long-term plan now where we can't do a whole lot of stuff to it. Or if we do, there are some risks that get introduced. We can't complete it. We have to go back through audit again. There's a whole raft of things that happen. So I'm not sure what it is that you might be thinking of in terms of the implications for the long-term plan, but I suppose I'm just cautioning that now's not really the time for new stuff.
The way I misunderstood what Kate's saying, but it's more of a procedural thing rather than you introducing any additional items other than suggesting that a trial may occur.
I don't understand the ramifications of a trial financially. It isn't explained. There is a question mark about the $2 in Dunedin. I don't know the financial ramifications of those. So if we adopt them in the RPTP or we don't adopt them in the RPTP, those changes, then we've already gazumped ourselves by having already agreed to the LTP. And that I find frustrating. I argued this on the 9th of December, that we weren't doing this in the right order. I am now reiterating that because it's caused this problem. And I'm not trying to frustrate the process. I'm just trying to find a way that we can keep to the agenda, but...
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Can I, Mary and then Alexa.
I'm not necessarily arguing for it, I'm just trying to understand. So that if we wanted to keep the bus fares at $2, okay, is there any way we can do that with, and if there might be some lobbying to central government, is there any way we could do that, leave central government out, and still get the RLTP through?
Nick.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Yeah, I think you're sort of talking about level of detail that doesn't go into the long-term plan. So if you take in the long-term plan, we're talking about the overall level of service. And we have the level of service of providing the bus services, you know, adding things like the water ferries. There is service improvements have been factored in. The long-term plan doesn't necessarily state exactly what they'll be. Long-term plan doesn't state what the bus fares are going to be, i.e. whether it's $2 or $2.50. What we assume in the LTP is that we are spending X amount of money to provide the level of service, the service in Dunedin and Queenstown. And of that, we have an amount that we are targeting to fund that cost via bus fares. Whether that is done via a $2 fare or a $5 fare is actually that's not relevant for the LTP. What is the quantum that we're aiming for? And then the assumptions around the remainder, which is then funded via targeted rates and Waka Kotahi. Now, when it comes to setting the fares, the RPTP, or whether that's, even if it's not stated in there, it would get consulted on separately. At that point, you're aiming to make sure that level of funding is reflective of and is consistent with the long-term plan. It may or may not be. You can then go and look at doing something different, but you'll have to note that in the consultation. So there's not actually a requirement to have everything thought down to that low level in the long-term plan before you adopt. And in fact, if we were trying to achieve that with everything going on, we would never adopt an LTP ever, because it would constantly change. So it is set at a high level to enable all of these other things to happen. So and also the question of whether the order of the papers today, the LTP as it is currently reflects what's in the proposed RLTP and the RPTP. Now, whether changes could occur to those, just by changing the order of today's papers would simply mean if an RPTP amendment was made that was materially different, as the CE said, we would have to go back through amending the LTP and going back through the audit process. Yeah, but whether or not, I don't know what thoughts are being potentially placed on the table, but if they are not material and those changes can be absorbed and funded within the existing LTP parameters, then the LTP is fine to adopt. The two are not, you don't have to have one exactly reflecting the detail of the other. And in fact, if that was the desire to have that, then the RPTP should have been done 6 months ago, so that it was reflected in the consultation that went out on the LTP.
That's what we were asking for at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's fine to say that's what you're asking for, but it's only been done now. So it's a timing issue. The LTP should reflect the overall work program at a strategic high level. But we're not trying to get down into that level of detail.
Thank you, Sarah. You're right. Alexa, then Hillary.
I share Kate's concerns. I don't think that reordering the agenda is going to help. I actually kind of get that, but it is a worry about where those trials are, and we have tried to explore where they're going to go, and we still don't know in here, and that causes me concern. But I guess that's for debating when we come to that paper.
Before we go to Hillary, is the general consensus that what Nick has explained to us, we're comfortable with the current order of the agenda?
Yep.
We're all good there? Okay. Hillary?
I can see both that the LTP is, for today, us to sort out with its direction, and that it really is what it is for the most part. However, the $2 extension of the $2 trial, if we choose to do it, isn't to me this can just be sort of sorted out within the budget and things. And I think Nick was saying, and you're going to correct me if I'm wrong here, Nick, that if we wanted to go and do that, that might be a special consultation or have submissions to it and things. We knew, however, that was a possible option, and we now know it's something like, and again, you can correct me, Nick, $750,000 or something. So this is not just do we extend a bus route somewhere or something that we could do for 20 grand or something. This is actually major. It's something that we spent hours arguing about $20,000 here and there in the LTP, $750,000 is something that we would have wanted on our radar. If we now go out and consult people or get submissions for like in Dunedin and in Queenstown separately for a special targeted rating area, the targeted rates are in the LTP too. So to my mind, this proposal, which is not any surprise to anybody except the amount of it probably is something new to us, needed to be in the LTP so as we could put that out, because we consulted on those targeted rates in the LTP already, and before we even have the LTP put to bed, to have a proposal to spend $750,000 more, which we won't deal with till after it, seems to me not the proper way of going about things. If we could have avoided it, I would have liked to think we would.
My understanding was that the $2 fare was a trial regime, and we were going to receive a report back, I think in August, about whether the trial becomes a fixture or we revert back to a different regime or whatever charging regime. That was mine. So it was never going to coincide with the annual plan.
No, but I
LTP
guess
process.
if the LTP had in it something like, here's $1.5 million of money that's for miscellaneous for just such an eventuality, that would be fine. And I would like to think that the LTP might have something like that in the future, because we are going to do these things from time to time. But this is, we don't happen to have that in our back pocket as far as I know. And if we do, we might have a different choice about what we do with it.
I think the principle of, I think we're sitting on for 21-22 a $90 million odd budget, and I hear what you're saying, Hillary. The difference between the deficit with the $2 fare and how that accumulates over time. I hear you. It's not a small amount of money, but it's probably relatively minor in the bigger picture of the overall budget.
Yeah, we did spend hours arguing about a similar amount for the living wage for bus drivers.
And
So it isn't.
Penguin Trust, that's 40.
Yeah, well, the main thing we need to deal with right now is to either change the agenda or not. The impression I got was that there's not an appetite for that. So the issue that you've just raised now, Hillary.
I sort of thought I was carrying on from an issue that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well.
Can I just make
Okay.
Yeah,
Given.
I thought we did exactly the same thing when it came to the ferry trial in Queenstown, where that wasn't necessarily in the long-term plan, but because of various things, we decided to do a trial in Queenstown that we then consulted on and then rated accordingly. So the issue with thinking we might change something in August and rating people that money and then not using it is also wouldn't be correct to be done under local government, I wouldn't think. So we're taking money and we may not use it. So would have been really good to have it the other way around, that we had this 6 months ago and did it, but it isn't, and I'm quite comfortable with it proceeding the way it is.
I am moving the confirmation of the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Seconded. Okay, move Hillary, second Kevin. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. A conflict of interest, just the general reminder of the need to stand aside from decision making.
Yes, I have to stand aside for the carbon zero one, because I'm an employee of Otago Polytech.
Thanks, Alexa. We've got that noted. No one else conflict of interest? If not, moving on to item 5, the minutes of the 27th of May 2021 council meeting. I'll move that the minutes be approved as a true and correct record with or without changes. Seconded, Kate. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Someone like to move the minutes of the 9th June? Moved Carmen, seconded Michael. That they be approved as a true and correct record with or without changes. No discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Actions. Any issues or questions there with actions? Harbour plan. Gwyneth, is there any comment there with regards to, this is under actions. Notice of motion, investigate resource needs and timeline, possible collaborative development of Otago Harbour Plan. There was something to do with obviously lining up with the LTP.
Yes, so
Your microphone may not be on. Thank you.
excuse me, apologies. Yes, so we had, as part of the deliberations, a resolution around it and resources. So I now need to work that basically into it. So I'm planning to come back in August, if that's okay. I just need to work that resolution in.
Thank you. And the other one was just the update on the delegations manual, which I think Amanda has got under control. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Moving on to item 7.1, adoption of the long-term plan 2131. So this is the final version, and in fact, the final version is on your table for your information. And we've got Nick and Mike here. So the draft LTP has been updated to reflect amendments per council resolutions back on the 26-27 May Finance Committee meeting in Queenstown, incorporating public and councillor feedback. And since then is a slight update as well, which Nick had circulated an email earlier today. Nick, we're in your hands. Welcome, Nick and Mike.
Right. Yeah, so we'll lead in with the changes that were made. Obviously, the paper outlined what had happened from deliberations until the version of the LTP that we sent out in the agenda. And then, as the chair indicated, we've since circulated an updated version of the LTP, which is what you've got in front of you for adoption. That reflects basically the same as the one that was in the agenda, particularly for years 1 to 3. So they're not changed. What we found in our final checks is that one of the changes that we made related to the timing of the building transactions. So the LTP that we consulted on included the assumption that we would move to a new building with associated fit out and lease costs in year 4. And obviously with the announcement of the port acquisition of the warehouse building, the timing of that is it should be occurring in year 3. So in discussion with the auditors late last week, just before the agenda came out, their view was because we've now got more certainty around that, we should actually make those changes, which means we have to change the financial model. That's what we did in the version that went out for the agenda. What we didn't pick up on because it was a bit of a rush getting it out was our overhead allocations still accounted for an increase in lease costs in year 4 as well. So some of you might have picked up that it was then showing a total rates increase of about 6.4% in year 4, which was over the 6% rates limit that we've got in years 4 to 10. So that was largely the change that we made, just correct that, which was just a double count in the formula. And then what you see in the copy that's in front of you, the rates increases then, particularly from years 4 to 10, are in line with those that we consulted on. So they're all back down under the 6%. So then from what we consulted on, we've got changes in the rates increases for years 1 to 3. They reflect the deliberations, decisions that you made in Queenstown. And obviously there was the ones in the initial meeting, there was living wage was factored into the transport costs, and then the slate change that we made around the timing of the building transactions. So same transactions for the building, just move forward 12 months. So we're now sitting at year 1 is still sitting at 48.5%. Year 2 is 18%, and year 3 is 12%. So the document that you've got in front of you reflects that. From here, the other thing that we were hoping to have, and we've tabled in front of you a draft of the representation letter that goes to audit. It is a draft. The auditors provide this. So this covers off all the things that are required for the LTP. So it's basically a representation that we've complied with the legislation, which we believe we have. Audit is, they haven't fully completed their audit yet. They have indicated on the back page 2 items that they've noted that what they call as unadjusted differences, that potentially they've noted they could be changed, they're not material and don't require changing. Audit have indicated that that they, on completion, they should be issuing a unqualified audit opinion, but they still need to complete those final checks. So those 2 unadjusted differences just relates to the interest rate percentage we've used, and a question mark around a portion of our Wakakotahi funding, which again, this occurred post deliberations. You probably read elsewhere, Wakakotahi put out their NLTP funding, and in certain areas they haven't provided certainty around some of the funding. For us, that relates to, it's not that they haven't said they will fund it, they just haven't confirmed whether they will or not around some of the small, low cost, low risk projects that we have in there. Again, we have that, they're not defined projects, but we have an allocation for that. So those 2 things are noted at this point. That's all we envisage that will stay on the unadjusted differences for the representation letter. So we are proposing a change to that resolution, I think is resolution 4, just that rather than authorising the chair to sign it, obviously it's only draft at this point, we'd recommend that the resolution is that that council delegates to the chair authority to sign the representation letter once audit clearance is provided, which we are hoping to have that done by the end of Friday. Assuming that's the case, then the LTP will have been adopted. Following this, there's the rates resolution, which is only for year 1, which, as I said, nothing has changed for year 1. And then all the document will then be able to be finalised. We've also got a resolution in there just around any minor changes as we take the document you've got in front of you and turn it into a design production version. There's generally always some edits and typos that we find, and we're allowing for those changes to be made as well. And the only other thing is, of course, the first thing that is on there to be adopted is the revenue and financing policy, and that's always done separately before the LTP is adopted, because there's a requirement under the legislation that the revenue and financing policy is adopted prior to the LTP. So although it's only done literally immediately before as a separate resolution, that fulfills that legislative requirement.
Excellent. Just before we go any further, just to Mike and yourself, Nick, and the rest of the team behind you, thank you for getting to this point, figuratively speaking. Yeah, obviously a hell of a lot of work in a pretty tight time frame, and you've been able to deliver, so we really appreciate that. And your advice is that not only we take that first recommendation separately, but we take all the 9 listed on the paper separately. That's what you're...
Yeah, it's usually easier to do them all separately rather than...
Good as gold.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Just a question on the treatment of now with the exciting news that we've got a house to go and live in, which is it's exceptionally exciting for the ORC, but got $7 million in there. Is it an option to actually have this as a turn the key and walk in and have that $7 million as opposed to us putting capital in as part of a lease? So you've said we're going to spend $7 million or thereabout. I know this.
Yeah, so the way that we did it is we had it's basically a leasehold improvements, fit out. What we don't know, while we now know the timing of when we'll hopefully be in, there's still a level that whenever you do, it's like this floor here. There's always a level of work that the landlord does, and there's a level of work that you do as a tenant. And you've still got things to do, like all of the internal AV and furniture and fit out and a whole lot of things. So we've allowed for some of that. The 7 million, although we notionally split it as 5 million Dunedin, 2 million Central Otago, we still don't know what we may or may not do in Central Otago yet. So I think it's prudent to maintain a portion of the building reserve there to allow for capital expenditure, which we haven't, may or may not be required. If it's not, then it can get released, but we can decide that further down the track when we've got a bit more certainty.
And the second part, where do you, at what stage do you put into the long-term plan, or where do you factor in the sale of the properties that we've said would sell?
Yeah, they're factored in. Those were part of the transactions that got moved. They're factored into year 3. So basically, at this point, once we've moved, at the same time we move, we're saying we'll realise that property. Again, that could potentially occur earlier, but we've got no certainty around that. So the assumption was we'd time it at the same time as the move.
Thank you.
In a moment, Di will put the recommendations up on the screen, but in the meantime, are there any other questions, queries? We're all comfortable where things are at. Kate?
I appreciate that this addresses the long-term plan financial submissions. There were a number of other submissions that came in which related to things in the long-term plan, like the infrastructure strategy and simply us addressing some other issues. I've got 2 questions for that, and I have drafted some motions as well. The first question I have is, what happens and who does the responses to the submissions, and based on what paperwork do we? Because there are, I'm just wondering, do we, of those ones that we don't otherwise deal with as motions?
Yeah. So so currently I've just started a process of communicating back to all submitters, and there's 2 parts to that. There's individual tailored letters regarding, particularly for people that made the effort to present to us, and for other important stakeholders that couldn't make it, like DOC, for example. And then there's another part to the communication, which is more of a generic HTML type pretty looking email that actually lists the high level decisions of council. So that's in train at the moment, and I can easily work in people that are interested in terms of councillors. But as a minimum, the tailored letters can be scrutinised at a GM level, so that they're happy with the messaging that's going out. So typically that so last LTP that all was sent out by 27 July. So I always aim to get it out as quick as I can, obviously.
Thank you.
I share your praise of the staff.
Is your mic on?
I share your praise of the staff because these long-term plans are tortuously hard work, more so than an annual plan. But I think given the juggling with the big figures that we've added in here, it's been a much harder process. My concern is that given the time that we had to deal with the submissions, and there's no criticism there, it was tight for all of us, that there were many submissions that we actually didn't deal with. And I know that there were...
sorry, Kate, there's a question here.
Yeah, the questions are, you, I appreciate that. Are you sure that we've actually dealt with all of the submissions as motions, or if they are a submission that came in about, I'm not quite sure if we've empowered you to answer some of the submissions is really where I'm getting to.
So all I can say
Not
is
sure
that
if your mic might not be on. It's hard to.
all I can say is that all the relevant material was in front of councillors, and that's all I can say as an officer.
Yeah,
And
I'm not wrong.
so,
Yeah,
and so it was all there for consideration.
I appreciate that we didn't have time to make some decisions on some of those submissions, though. Yeah.
Well, that's political
So-
judgment.
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry.
Sarah's just made the point that staff and ourselves have considered all the submissions. The work, was it dealt with?
Yeah.
That may be dealt with, may not be quite the right term, but we certainly considered all the submissions as
Correct.
yeah,
Yes.
governance and staff.
Okay, well, I've got 3 other motions to put
Yeah.
when it suits.
So when Di puts those up on
Yeah.
the screen, she'll have the additional.
In that
1,
I
2, 3.
don't think we dealt with several issues that I want us to cover off. I had hoped that we may have a chance to deal with some of the other ones that weren't financial later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary, then Kevin.
Are we asking questions on any of these?
Yes.
So the fees and charges, standard question, and I would like to see it in the notes, not in the rest of it, that these fees and charges by legislation have to be actual and reasonable. And this says actual. If it turns out that the actual is not also reasonable, then we're not entitled to charge them. Can we just have in the note something that says,
I think, councillor, if I could clarify for you. So the actual charges are the ones we have to identify for the LTP. The test for actual and reasonable is under the RMA. So you're talking about 2 slightly different things. So I'm not sure that it's appropriate to have reasonable because they're the fixed, if you like, the fixed charges, as opposed to the test that then gets applied when you are charging under the Resource Management Act.
yes, all,
Thank you.
yeah, I can sort of, I see that, and I can, just that this allows us to charge according to the long-term plan these amounts, and that's not the whole story. Is sort of, so we can say our LTP says we can charge these amounts, and so it says things like here under the notes, will be invoiced for any costs that arise. It will be 90% of whatever it is. So it's describing what we do as well as just, so that's why I'm suggesting under the notes that we make a reference to it, because the rest of it is a scale that's reasonable, but then you get to the bottom and the notes say what will actually happen. And if it's what will actually happen, it's different from what the schedule is, sort of. All I'm, it
So
just sort of,
perhaps
yeah.
Just to help you, perhaps then if you want to include something in the notes, and I don't know if that's possible, I think you'd need to identify the legislation. So reasonable under the RMA, so that it's clear.
Nick, you got to remember that under the RMA, there's still the ability for somebody to object to the costs that they're being charged. So the reality is, if they believe that they are not reasonable, they go through a legislated objection process. So all that the LTP is saying is that rather than whatever the consent is, rather than it being on a fixed cost basis, it's on an actual cost basis. You've then got the RMA dictates that actual should be actual and reasonable, and has an objection process to ensure that is the case.
Yeah, so I'm saying that if at the bottom of their notes it says these are of course subject to the RMA, which says actual and reasonable. That's I'd just add that as a note to the bottom of.
If the
what that
RMA
is.
charges, they will be.
Yeah.
The test for actual and reasonable
Will
applied.
be under the, yeah. So I'd just like to see that
But I
little
don't-
note added too.
I mean, I think the question is for Nick about whether you can actually
Yeah.
put that in.
It's got local government stuff and things, but it doesn't, yeah.
So you'd like that addition added to the,
Just to clarify with Nick, if that's a material change and if it's
Okay.
It isn't,
So I don't know whether you heard that question, but is it a material change if we were to add that comment
Yeah.
under that particular box for fees and charges?
I wouldn't have thought so. If we added into the commentary, we'd just,
Yeah.
as I said, audit hasn't completed, we'd go back and advise them that we're just rewording that. And I don't think it fundamentally changes what we're doing.
I'm guessing it doesn't, because if it did, then I would be even more sure that it should be in there.
So
If-
we will note that in the,
If-
somewhere in the recommendations there.
That'd be lovely.
Not sure whether it's
Just a wee question on my page 53, which is page 31 on environment. And it's just a small, we use figures there on monitoring sites between 2006 and 2017, yet we have figures up to date. So why don't we use the more, this is the 2021 to 2031. So why do we not use the current state, which could be up or down from the states of the 2017?
Or is this page?
Page 31.
Page 31 of the old document, sorry. It might still be 31 on the new one you've just sent out.
It's still 31.
So it's page 53 of the agenda.
Oh, 53 on the agenda, sorry, yes, yep.
So what bit are you asking?
Well, we go down to this, to the last major paragraph, degrading fresh water. We've used figures from 2006 to 2017. I'm not worried about the comment around it. I'm just saying, well, why aren't we using the figures up to 2020 that we have? And should that not be informing us as opposed to old figures?
Okay. I could potentially amend that narrative in consultation with Gwyneth's science team.
And if it
It's
doesn't
probably-
change the narrative around it, well, that's okay. But I think as an organisation, if we've got up-to-date figures, we should be using those.
Do we take that as amended? Do we, Mike,
Yeah, I can, yep.
deal with that? Okay.
So,
Sorry, just Kevin, you finished?
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
Brian.
yeah, like just in relation to that, my understanding is there is some formality around the 2017 figures, maybe from a national perspective, or the 5-year sign of SOE sites, and I suspect it feeds into that.
Well, and it may just be a timing thing. So do you remember you had the SOE water quality report come to you in April
Yeah.
of this year? So that will be the updated set of figures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, apologies.
Thanks, Brian. We all set? Okay. Would Kevin and Hillary, would you like to move the first?
Certainly be very
Motion.
happy to move.
Yeah, which is,
Could you give me a page number? 'Cause I've just got to flip back now.
I'll give you the screen number.
19.
Yeah. Give me the screen.
19.
Sorry, I just haven't got it right in front of me. Okay, so it's been moved, Kevin, Seger and Hillary, that the council adopts the revenue and financing policy as included in the LTP 2021 is attached. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. I assume you'll both move number
Or
2.
Move.
Yes, with that amendment that
Oh, yes. Yeah, we've actually,
Mike's going to pop in there,
I think
or just,
we've actually,
do we need?
we actually popped it
In the bottom, I think. Yeah.
popped
Okay.
in separately, but what we'll do is we'll
Just as
shift it.
general amendments as agreed, or, yeah.
We will shift it so it sits with 2. We do that, John.
Question there.
Okay, Brian.
When would you like, in terms of our debate and discussion and overall discussion debate about the LTP? Like you're going through it
Okay,
recommendation
so-
by recommendation. Should we be feeding into that now? Any comments about it, or are we just going to knock these off and
I thought that
lunch.
might have happened in number 5.
number
Sorry,
5?
Okay,
Good as gold.
righto,
Thank you.
righto. No, fair enough, good point. Okay, so number 2.
so move.
You'll move. Moved Kevin, seconded Hillary. Comfortable with the wording? Yep. So everyone can see it there. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Happy to move the next, Kevin and Hillary, happy to move number 3.
So do.
Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Number 4, this has been slightly
Slightly
tweaked.
changed. Very happy to move that.
Happy to move Kevin, seconded Hillary. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Now, this is number 5. This is, I suppose, the point that Brian made before. So this is the chance to have those generic comments, discussion, debate. Under 5, you're happy to move Kevin, seconded Hillary?
Mr. Noon, what do I call you? Not your worship.
Yeah.
Chair Noon, look, I'm very happy to move number 5 and open that up for debate.
Thank you. Seconded Hillary?
I'll second it, yeah.
Okay, discussion, Kevin. And then Brian.
I'll go straight. I'll just
Okay.
reserve my right.
Okay,
Yep.
Brian?
Cool. Okay, just a couple of things I'd like to say. In my view, this is a significant step forward. I'm actually particularly excited about quite a few things in this plan. Firstly, the process we're going through in terms of land and water, the land and water plan. I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to do in terms of integrated catchments. I'm happy that we're moving forward in relation to pest plan, and in particular the community projects, and I've had the opportunity to be involved in some of that. I'm happy that we're looking at the environmental enhancement in terms of the 3 lakes and so forth. I'm hoping that that is just the beginning in terms of generically looking at our rivers and so forth. I'm pleased that we're upping our game in terms of compliance monitoring and coastal monitoring. So I'm really pleased and excited about some of the things that are going on. I'm aware that with this, there's some sense of responsibility that we've had a humongous rate increase and so forth. So there was a significant responsibility. With that, we're now, as an organisation, significantly larger. Our turnover is something in the order of 98 million. So we've got a huge responsibility. And with that, it seems to me as an organisation, we've got a new set of challenges in terms of how we operate. As an organisation, we need to look at our efficiencies and remind ourselves how all that sort of works. We need to look at our communications, not only externally, but internally, and how all that works as a larger organisation. We need to look at our training as new people come in. We need to look at our delegation in terms of so that we're not wearing out our senior people, and that's permeated through the organisation. And then culturally, in terms of, and that's something that I think the CE is, thank you to the CE, is a lot of work in terms of culturally, where are we at and how we're evolving. So this isn't, the end of the discussion. This is the start of some significant challenges. And I think we need to be on board with the CE, support the CE and staff in delivering this. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary?
I'm supporting this because I think we've done the best we can with what we had in front of us. I am concerned about public transport and our habit, if we can call it now a habit, of keeping public transport, which is the major and biggest part of our business, out of long-term plans, because that's the effect of what we're doing. We pop in a water ferry here, or we pop in a looking at something else in Queenstown in the way of whether they're bus hubs or whatever is the look of whatever's going on up there. And now we're looking at, we've looked at both putting in a set $2 fare and now the potential that it will continue, which will happen later. And still, we're just leaving all that discussion effectively out of the long-term plan. I don't agree that we couldn't have put some of these things in, and we can put them in the long-term plan in such a way that we're saying, because we want to shift the people who are in cars into buses, there'll be a variety of improvements that we're looking at and a variety of ways we might be doing it, and let's set some money aside to achieve that. I don't think that we should be looking at public transport activities outside the LTP and everything else inside. It's just too major, and it's a major part of our business, and it's a serious issue. I do appreciate that we've been focusing with this LTP on water quality, which is very important to us, and we do seem to be heading in a really helpful direction there. So I'm completely supportive of that, but I do urge us to not try and just pretend public transport doesn't exist when we're talking about the LTP. It's not an appropriate way of going.
Thank you. Marion.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to congratulate staff and ourselves, actually, to a certain degree. The whole concept of a long-term plan that changes every 3 years drives me mad in terms of thinking, and it must be a moving document. It must be flexible. Particular things I want to draw out that I found in here was a partnership with Ngāi Tahu. I'm really glad that it's in the rubric of the long-term plan. It's not an add-on, it's something fundamental. The fact that we've been actually working and helping fund Okaha is really important, because, you know, it's pretty rough on Ngāi Tahu, and particularly the further south you get, in terms of how many people they have who can actually partner with our scientific people. You know, it's just hard work and be there so time. I also think, although we don't talk about it much around this table, but we will be talking about it tomorrow, is the money and the leadership we've shown on regional leadership. The actual funding of that meeting of those mayors, the people working together across. When we have to do a spatial plan, that's going to be absolutely essential. When we're dealing with the work that's coming out of Three Waters and any change to the Resource Management Act, this becomes really important. Now, we'll either continue to exist or we'll ignore that to our peril, and we won't exist, to put it bluntly. So, and the fact that we've played a leadership role here, thank you, actually, Sarah, for that work. I'm thrilled to see that climate change is in the rubric in a number of occasions. You know, because initially when we were talking about it, I thought that it kind of disappeared off everyone's thing, and it's through and in here, and it's in there as regards infrastructure, and it's in there regards hazards. It's strung all through there as well. I'm really happy with the environmental work. Land and water, I smile all the time. The coast yet to come, and we only have to look at what's happening in Australia, and biodiversity and biosecurity. I am a little uptight about transport, and it's really because I haven't got my head around where the hell the RTPT and all that sits. And I have found that quite hard to understand, particularly how it sits alongside here. And my warning is, because given that this is it's 2021. It's 2021. In 2035, don't we expect there only to be electric cars in the place? That's only 3 years out, 4 years out from the end of this long-term plan. There is so much in the RTPT and whatever the other thing is with transport that may impact on our long-term plan. And that's the only warning I have about this to a certain degree. Otherwise, I don't like to use the word proud, but I'm really pleased with this work and very thankful to the leadership we've been given by the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think Brian set the perfect tone for this discussion, and I agree with everything you said, Brian.
Michael, your microphone.
It's blowing at me. I thought it was on. That's better. Yeah, in case anybody missed that, well done, Brian. I agreed with everything he said. I think, Mr. Chairman, that whenever the history of ORC is written, it's probably a good time to start doing it. 2021 will be seen as a pivotal year. Pivotal because of this LTP and its ambition and its scale,
and pivotal because of the moves that had been confirmed recently of consolidating our headquarters staff into one appropriate building, and a building of sufficient size to cater for our new scale. So I think this is a pivotal moment. It's a reflection of the new strength that this council has. And I mean strength in terms of numbers, and I mean strength in terms of purpose and quality. And for that, a great deal of credit goes to our CE. She has quietly and without any sense of personal ambition built this council into what it should be. And thank goodness for that. There's been a lot of thanks, and I agree with the thanks that go to Nick and Mike and all those who are behind them doing the spade work on this LTP. Of course, they've done a hell of a good job, but we expect that. I think the other thanks has got to go to the Otago community, because when we put out our consultation document, most people would have looked at that and said, there is an electoral death wish. It was massive in terms of the expectations on the people who own property in Otago to fund what we have to do and what they want us to do. And I think even the most pessimistic would have had their eyes watering when they saw what the numbers actually were. The fact that there has not been yet any kind of rates revolt or outcry is to the credit of the Otago people saying, yep, it's huge, it's big, it's pivotal, but that is stuff that has to be done, either because government demands it of us or because our communities have demanded it of us. And we have built accordingly, as I mentioned in reference to Sarah. So I thank the Otago community too for their responsiveness and for their willingness to see that what has to be done has to be done. And when you've got to do something, you've got to pay for it. I sympathise with those who are going to find their rates bill tough. And I mean rural and urban. For an ordinary old householder like me, it's a matter of $100 or so, and that's fine. It might be 200. I haven't really done the numbers yet. But I know for a lot of people, it's a hugely more larger amount than that. And I have sympathy for them, but good on them for so far backing us in what we're doing at this pivotal moment. So I would like us to publicly recognise that our community has got involved in this and has generally given us constructive feedback. And I really appreciate that as just one councillor. I wasn't sure it would happen, but it has happened. We've got a terrific LTP, and that's to the credit of everybody who owns property in this region, not just to us and our staff, everybody. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kate.
Kia ora. Thank you, Michael. That was going to be a line I was going to take, but I want to take it further. I think we're at a point in time where we're regrettably, and I think this has been a lot simpler than it may well have. It's been the community has made it easy for us, but what we've got is a perfect storm where we haven't done our job and we've had the pressure from the minister coincide at a time where we should have been front-footing and forward-focused to be able to do a lot more that the community actually want, whether that be on transport, whether that be on air, whether that be on coast. We're actually just getting up to speed on what we should have been doing beforehand. And I agree wholeheartedly. Congratulations to the CEO for getting us to in a position where we're at where we should have been a long time ago. What it means is that we are not actually dealing with, though, things that the community came in and said they wanted over and above that. We've been too scared either financially to do that, or we've been too scared or haven't got the resources to do it. And I think it's really unfortunate that we're in that position, because when you rate someone, and this isn't us doing this is the ratepayers paying for this, they often have other priorities that they also want to invest in, and we haven't given them that opportunity. And whether it be river management work or work on air and clean air, and anyone who listened to the Radio New Zealand interview yesterday, I think it was on clean air and the problems we have in Otago, which was the very first and only bad example given, I think, we have a long way to go. So thank you to staff. I'm not going to take a huge amount of happiness that we've got to this point, because I actually don't think we're nearly far enough ahead with climate change or with transport or with air. So it's a great place to be. I acknowledge all of the hard work that's gone in. I want to say thank you to all of those people who came along or submitted. I think you've really made a really good case for us to think about how we can do stuff more. And I think what we now as governors have to beholden to those people who are paying for all this work is to make sure that every dollar adds value and counts. And that is our role now, to make sure that it does.
Thank you. Gary.
Thank you. Look, agree with the thanks to the staff and huge effort again. I think for me, look, for all the work that's gone in, the effort here certainly should also be acknowledged to the community, the engagement that they have with us. There's a lot of animosity and concern towards the ORC still out there and some of the activities that we engage in, and it's going to take us some time to work through those. You know, this is a huge expectation now from the community to us, because we are massively increasing what we are taking off them and we have to perform. And I do believe they will have a strong expectation of that, and they will hold us to account for that. When it comes to the one thing I'm still really disappointed in, I think we got Lake Hayes wrong in this. To me, those historic issues, we should never have gone out to those immediate people saying, you've got to fix this. And I don't believe then that you extend it just to one region and say, you've got to fix this. These historic issues across that are no fault of who's there now should be across the entire region. And I hope we do remedy that at a time in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Gretchen.
A lot of what I want to say obviously has been said. I'm really excited that we're at this point. I think it's important that we note the strategic directions work that we all did and how positively that was received in the community as it's embodied right through the LTP. So yeah, there was only positive feedback about the strategic direction that we've set for this council. And I think that's a reflection on the diversity of the governance and the importance of local government actually in reflecting democratically communities and where they're at. And I think that actually this long-term plan does really reflect where we are at. People are willing to invest. There's been rapid change, I think, in the last probably 5 years in terms of a mind shift of the readiness to actually make a difference and to invest in that, and that everyone individually is responsible for making that happen. So I think that we have caught up with our communities, and that has been really well woven into our plans. In terms of the environmental space, there's a vast amount happening there, but right from gathering more information in the science space, which is really important because that means we can effectively then really make a difference. Also the planning in terms of writing what are the roles that really make sense for it, and we're doing a heap of work there. But not only that, at the same time, we've heard from our communities that they actually want us to be doing something right away. It's urgent. They need us to be acting in public transport. They need us to be acting in terms of climate change, and they need us to be acting in terms of water, biodiversity, biosecurity, all of that stuff. And it's there. So rather than sitting back and thinking, gosh, we really need to just do all these roles, we need to get everything right, and then maybe, you know, once we've done all that, we can have some work streams to do things. No, this plan is actually working with community on the ground now, and we've accelerated some projects as a result of hearing from community too, including the catchments and integrated catchment management stuff. So yeah, we mean business to actually do stuff right now. Same in biosecurity, as well in terms of pests. What else have we got in there? A whole lot that's been spoken about already as well. But another thing is the compliance approach too, so that we've got a new compliance action plan, which involves working really strongly with communities, a lot of education, a lot of investment in that space as well. So I hope that it's real value for money for communities in terms of actual action on the ground, which is something that some of us have been driving hard, reiterating for a number of years that it hasn't been a strength of the council to date, but we can see now evidence through the work streams where it is going to be a strength of the councils into the future, and really look forward to working with our communities to see that happen. So thank you everyone that's been involved. It's a huge amount of work.
Thank you.
Cool.
Just a couple of comments from myself. Thinking back to our first discussion around the LTP and annual plan, I think you'll recall my concern about a double-digit rate increase.
Yes.
9%.
Just
4%, someone said.
How did
And
we
my-
go, Mr.
And
Chairman?
my theory was, you've got to have the bar reasonably high to ensure that we get the best possible outcome. But I'm pleased to say that we made the right decision. I feel where we've landed is it suits what's ahead of us in terms of the challenges. I remember when Sarah came on board, one of her initial comments was around trying to turn the ship around. I think that Sarah and Team ORC are well on the way to turning the ship around. There's still obviously more work to do, but we're heading in the right direction in terms of achieving that. The other comment I'd make, and one or two have already mentioned about, there's a certain amount of political capital that we have in our community, and I think that one of the comments that was made to me when I spoke to, I won't even mention the person's name, but quite a prominent person in Dunedin made some comment along the lines when they heard that was a proposed 47% rate increase. The first comment was, it's about time ORC did something. And I think there's a degree of acceptance in the community that we are stepping up to the plate. Of course, we've been active in all sorts of spaces, environmentally or public transport or emergency management, but we are obviously stepping up from the past. And as I say, the political capital is there at the moment, but I think we need to ensure that we do start to deliver some outcomes in the community to ensure that we take the community along with us. So I think that's a really important sort of milestones, I suppose, as we work our way through this three-year plan. Carmen.
No. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. I do echo a lot of what our fellow councillors around this table have said. I also would like to acknowledge those people in the community, and Councillor Wilson, I saw it, where we had to really encourage, I don't think that's quite the word, but say to people, look, if you really want something to happen within this council, you must be prepared to put a submission. Now, God knows how long they were to drive around here from Tapanui, then try and find a park, which we know is a mission, but they made it, and they made great submissions. They were brave in their communities, and there are now good outcomes. I think that's one thing that we must acknowledge. I am disappointed that our ear is going to be taking off in year 3. And I don't know how we do this, but I had a lot of people ring me who wouldn't put submissions in about bailage wrap, but want something done. And I do hope that when the ear takes off in year 3, that perhaps that could be reconsidered. I tried very, very hard to get people to come along, but they wouldn't. Said they'd been here before and they felt they weren't heard and nothing was done. So there is that, just trying to encourage people, I guess, in the future to come again with these submissions. But we've done a hell of a lot of work here in a short time. And I think, as everyone said, just get on with it.
Thank you. No further comments? Kevin, right a reply?
Yep, that would be awesome. Look, just firstly for all the staff for putting up with us over this period from about, when did we start? About August, September or something. It might have been just after my birthday, so it might have been September. So it is, this has been a major leap. So it has taken a lot of thought for us to get through. But so what we're really doing, we're upsizing and we're actually resourcing ORC to be fit for purpose. So we'll have an ORC that will help, and I'm sure that we'll have an ORC that will help our community deliver environmental improvement. We're changing service levels. We've had exceptionally strong support from our community to get on with it. But we need to respect those people, and Councillor Deakin brought that to a head, to those people that will find difficulty paying the extra, because that is critical. And I've fielded many a call on that very issue. They understand that we have to do it, but there will be hardship, and that's generally right throughout the community. We also need to respect the stresses already placed on our community by the national environment standards that have been thrown down upon us, the policy statements that are coming at us. And so we need to be very careful that we're taking that community with us. $97.8 million is not much when you look at the great big world, but it's a heck of a jump for Otago. 48%, 48.5, better get that right, percent increase. As governors, we actually had to fund and resource ORC to be fit for purpose. We needed to support our staff to get on with the job, and we needed really to support our environment. To Mrs. Gardner and her staff, you'll actually need a lot of tools in your toolbox to ensure that we can bring our community with us. And I'd really hope that you could lean on us as a governance team to support you through that process, because it will be a team effort. The LTP will fund not exactly what we want to do, but it's going to take us a long step down in that direction. But Team ORC, and I'm talking governors, I'm talking staff, I'm talking everyone involved, we will actually need to deliver for our community. This is a big jump, a jump that's needed, but we will actually need to sit back and say, are we delivering? And let's make sure that we deliver. We only have one environment. We all need to commit to care for it, because our environment will look after us if we look after it. I'd ask you to put the motion.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving on to recommendation 6. Someone like to move? Kevin, Hillary?
So
I'll move.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Any discussion? Kate?
I just do want to speak to this to the extent that I have suggested 3 subsequent motions which deal with shortcomings in the infrastructure strategy, which I have said once and I will say again, is now 55 pages compared to a 4-page document, and is extensively a huge improvement on what was there. But the shortcoming is the very issue that many people have talked to us during submissions about, and that is the asset, which is the plantings along the riverbanks, and hence my suggested subsequent motion that I think we need to empower people to understand, and we need to be dealing with that in a better way, in more transparent way. So I'll accept it now on the but foreshadowing that we need to do some work before the next infrastructure strategy on the asset management of plantings.
Thank you. I'll come back to you for 10, 11, 12.
Yeah,
to move. Okay, so any further speakers? If not, I'll put, this is recommendation 6. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Recommendation 7.
So
Kevin,
moved.
Hillary,
So move.
any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Recommendation 8.
So move.
Moved Kevin, second Hillary. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Recommendation 9. Moved Kevin, seconded
Yes,
Hillary.
sorry.
Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? carried. And 10, 11, 12, Kate, you happy to move the three together?
I haven't pre-circulated these, and I'm sorry, I hope people can read them. I'm happy to read them out.
Okay, if you run through, yep.
And these relate to a number of submissions that came in from the Pomahaki area, from the Kakanui area, and of other, and I think that Upper Tairi. That staff report in December and 3 monthly thereafter on the council progress a gravel extraction consents, and that's to do with the flood risks in some areas. 11, that the staff report 3 monthly on developments of work programs for the 2022 and 23 and subsequent annual plans for river management, and that relates again to the works that we're doing on with the community plans. And staff provide council with a report on timeframes and process to better develop asset management plans for plantings alongside riverbanks, and it relates to the comments I made previously about the infrastructure strategy.
Thank you. Gavin, I'll come to you in a minute. Firstly, you're moving those three, Kate?
Yes.
And you spoke to them, seconded by Hillary?
Although I'd like to
I'll
have an amendment to them just.
Okay.
Inviting.
Actually, before I get a seconder, I'll go to Gavin and just ask Gavin to, I'm not sure whether that's the first time you've seen those, Gavin, or not. Okay. Okay. Did the explanation from Kate made it reasonably clear why these are being debated?
No.
Okay.
So just on number 10, as I've explained in the email yesterday, we are doing a piece of work on a model whereby ORC would hold consents or a consent for gravel extraction for flood management purposes that we would potentially make available to suitable parties to exercise on our behalf, similar to what they do in Canterbury. So that's just a piece of work. It's a very small piece of work. It's sort of a $20,000 type piece of work over the next year to develop up the model, bring it back to council for a decision. And if council approves that, we would look to implement that in years 2 and 3.
So the concern with number 10 is the time frame?
Well, I'm just questioning why you have a resolution on what is a very low level operational detail in an LTP resolution.
I think it's that, but I also don't think that the resolution can stand like that. If the councillor is going to put a resolution forward, gravel extraction progress on gravel extraction consents, whose consents, what consents, where, that's very difficult for us to deal with. If it's in relation to what Gavin is saying, then it needs to reflect.
You have not made a policy decision yet on whether you want to go down that route. That's the next step before we start to progress consents. In respect of number 11, we have a process of reporting 3 monthly through quarterly reporting. That's the proper place for anything of significance. But again, when I read that, I would take that to mean that in September of this year, I'm reporting on development of a work program for the following financial year.
That's the intent, Kate?
Well, we're delivering current year's work program. We haven't even thought about the detail of the following year's work program, so it's getting a bit ahead of itself. And again, we have a process for reporting on activity through the regular quarterly reporting to council already.
Look, I suppose the theme for my understanding is that what we're, I suppose, nervous about is that if we, as governance, don't make it really clear, A, what we're trying to achieve, and B, as a council, where sometimes these have a gestation period from a site visit somewhere, and if you can take the Pomahaka or the Kakanui, for example, there's been conversations where governance and your staff, Gavin, where there has been talk about a global gravel extraction consenting policy, and that's the one you've referred to under 10, is that right? That hasn't yet been developed?
Well, I assume so. As I said, it's really a concept at this stage.
Okay.
There's all sorts of, it presents opportunity and risk. You know, we're a consent holder and liability for compliance. There's all sorts of stuff to work through. ECAN have a model We're looking at whether we think it's appropriate to implement it here. It has pros and cons. Our intention in the next 12 months is to bring it before council and put a proposition forward. If council gives us the green light, we would then proceed to get the necessary applications in place, and then put it in place. But at this stage, you haven't made a policy decision to go down the route of holding consents that other people would use.
I ask
Hillary.
if, in light of that, if Councillor Wilson's going to finesse those, that the quarterly staff reports we have been receiving, that Dr. Palmer's been talking about, include.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah.
What we now understand about where we're going with gravel extraction consents, or what thinking's going on at the moment, and work programs for whatever and for river. So if those three things could actually include those, so as that when Dr. Palmer's producing a quarterly report, it includes those things. We're not, because I gather that Councillor Wilson isn't asking that we do something. What she's asking for is a report on what's currently being done. So that it isn't an operational matter for us to have a report on what's happening. The operational matter is what's happening. So I guess I'm involved. I'll second it if that's where Councillor Wilson is actually going.
Well, that is my intent. I put quarterly reports because we get quarterly reports anyway, and I thought it could be an additional item. This is a response to submissions that people have made to us, asking us to get involved because they're areas that are really critical to them. They are being told that these things are happening out in the field. They think they're happening. Our job is, I think, fair to say we're going to ensure that we progress these things, because that's actually what our community have asked us. I have no problems with us giving some direction or oversight in order that it is transparent to everyone what is happening. In relation to 11, and so that's where 10 comes from. It's just saying out there, people being told this is what is likely to happen with council. If in 6, and that's why I said 6 months, December, is it gives 6 months to get into a place of us deciding whether we want a policy or not, and thereafter whether we will progress that. The staff report 3 monthly on development of work programs. I sent out ECAN annual plan models which give really clear direction to people what they're committing funding to, and people want to be involved in those discussions now so that they can build up a work program for next financial year that they can be rated for, and it may be contributing more than you and upping their rates so that they can feel safe with their riverbanks being in a good condition. So they want to be part of working up those plans and understanding what is coming ahead, not hearing about it after the annual plan process. And that's just forward. That's what they're asking. That's what they've said to me out in the field. That's what I read into their submissions that came to us. And it's not a long-term plan one, but it is one that they asked us through the long-term plan process. The staff provide council with a report on timeframes and processes to better develop asset management plans. That is an area that we was definitely told about. The plantings on the rivers are ours. We control them. If you look at any of the photos of the debris that's come down the Canterbury rivers, or any of the debris from the January floods, or the previous floods on the Pomahaka as an example, the amount of debris which is related to plantings which haven't been maintained, some of them which are probably ours, is they need to be maintained. I'm just asked, these are issues that we had long-term plan submissions about. I don't know, they may not be the best worded ones, and I apologise to the CEO for that. I had asked for some help with that. I am just trying to respond to the long-term plan submissions. I don't think there's anything that I'm asking extra from staff, but some transparency for the ratepayer.
Dr. Palmer's quarterly report includes those things.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just go to Sarah first, and then I'll go to Gretchen, and then Kevin.
Yeah, and Kevin might want to add as well. Okay, well, yeah, if I take each resolution in order, what I'm hearing you ask for, and given what I understand Gavin has said, I don't think you're asking for a staff report and 3 monthly thereafter on progress on gravel extraction consents, because that's not what Gavin said. What he said is, at some point, he is planning to come to council to ask you about whether or not you want to go down a policy track in relation to gravel extraction. So I don't think that that resolution serves that purpose. The second one, I'm sorry, but with all due respect, Councillor Wilson, I don't understand how the resolution you have up there has anything to do with public involvement and expectation about setting work programs. I'm trying to marry your explanation with point 11. What I would remind you of is that you have passed a previous LTP related resolution that talks about, and it would be great if I had it to hand, but I don't. It was particularly focused. It was one of the ones, Kevin, from the Finance Committee.
The last day, wasn't it?
It was particularly focused around providing opportunities for input, engagement, whatever, for the community around this type of work. My third point in relation to 12 is, before we jump to asset management plans for plantings, I don't even know that that's on the work program, or that we have any intent to have an asset management plan for plantings. And so I think there's probably some explanation that needs to go ahead of that. Otherwise, I'm not sure that asset management plans are the best solution for the thing that you're wanting to address. So.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to Gretchen and then Kevin.
Yeah, mine was quite similar, but I guess there's a number of issues we could be talking about that have come out through submissions. So it's, in my mind, a little bit unfair to just pick out a few. But if we are just focusing on these ones, I agree that they're either in trained already, so small work program things that are happening already, which is the 10, which is that we are looking at already whether or not global consent for gravel is a goer or not. We don't know. So, but that is happening, we've heard. So that's a result of the submissions. But we wouldn't be having 3 monthly reporting as a result of that, I wouldn't think. Don't need to address that one in my mind. The 11, the 3 monthly, agree with Councillor Calvert that some of this could be through finance reporting of what's already happening at a 3 monthly level, and then the rest of it's about developing stuff up for an annual plan. Same with, I think, the other one, 12. 11 and 12 are future possible work streams that don't exist at the moment. So you would need to run that through annual planning, and those timeframes given there aren't necessarily the ones that we would want to line ourselves up with. And agree that we have already talked at the Finance Committee. I think Kevin's going to probably talk about that in a minute, what specifically we said about working with communities on this particular subject. So yeah, I'm not going to support these, but they could potentially be all right. One of them's already happening. The other two just need to go through the process. I feel like they should be at a committee level, not at this meeting today.
Kevin, or you, Sarah, did you want to make a comment at this point?
Hang on, I'm just going to find which one.
Kevin, were you able to find the Finance Committee?
No, I can't, and that was the
It
resolution.
is
Have you
here.
found it? Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a Finance Committee resolution. It says direct staff to conduct an implementation committee workshop to discuss liaison and or strategy groups prior to 8 September 2021. Is that the one? There was something else, I think.
So I understood
Something
that
like
to
that.
be the mechanism where the likes of
Yeah,
the,
anyway,
for instance,
it's
if we had a
just sort of
Kakanui River group or we've got the Lower Waitaki River group would be formed to then be have part or input into or local knowledge over issues around their rivers, their schemes, and what was happening in those areas, i.e. The Tory floodplain, or that's what I understood that to be. Which would, if that was done, I assume that would cover 11.
If it was done.
Yeah, if it was done.
But it may not be done, so that's why.
Well, it will be done because it's a resolution.
It's a
We'll follow it
resolution.
up. That's up to us to. Now that I've seen that, I'd make sure that it does happen because I want it done in the Kakanui as well as the Tory.
It's got a date on it, the 8th of September.
Yeah.
It doesn't
So
set the groups up.
No, but it does say we're having a report back
we're
on
having
it.
a workshop.
A workshop
Sure.
on it to make that next step. So that's probably more advanced than I thought it was.
Well, that's the decision that you made at the Finance Committee.
If I could just go back to 10, 10 to me, after the submissions we had from certainly Mr. Kane from down the Pomahaka and the concerns from down there and my knowledge of what's happened in the Kakanui, if we're still, I didn't realise we're still now another year away possibly of advancing global consents or considering that. So, and that's probably my naivety on timing, and I'm not saying anyone's done anything wrong, but I would sort of want to know where that was at so I could inform community, because their community's very, very happy with that concept, but would probably just need to know where it's at. So perhaps we do need in the next quarter, a report on where that's at and what we need to do to help with that process. That's all I'd say on that.
We'll go to Brian. So Gavin, you're planning a work stream to develop a global consent policy similar to ECAN over the next 12 months. Is that approximately?
To propose it.
And
Yes.
it'll come back as a proposed policy paper to council.
Yes, the issue is how you can be more responsive and cost effective to deal with situations where gravel extraction is an appropriate intervention. At the moment, the model doesn't quite work right because we don't hold global consents at the moment for extraction. And it's beyond a landowner or a community to apply and get consents for what is typically a one-off or intermittent activity. So it's thinking more across the region of what are the hot spots where extraction would potentially be an appropriate intervention, and then how does the model work with ORC holding the necessary consents, if it can get consents, and then how would it exercise those things?
Brian, and then I'll go to Marion.
Look, it seems to me, listening, that the directors confirmed that there's some work in train, that there is potentially some substance to the resolution, but from my perspective, it clearly does not fit. This type of detail does not fit in these LTP resolutions. And in fact, as Councillor Robinson said, by providing this detail, it actually denigrates from all the other details that we've debated and negotiated to actually get to this point. I'll be coming out with the harbour plan, coming out with all this stuff. But that's been in this process that we've been working on for the last 6 months. But I think to appease, the substance of the motion, I think the directors got it on board and we'll be all waiting for that.
Okay, and the resolution from the Finance Committee directs staff to conduct an implementation committee workshop to discuss a liaison and or strategy groups prior to the 8th of September. So we've got that as a stepping stone, so to speak.
Not December.
September. Councillor Wilson, you actually moved that resolution.
8th of September.
I am very aware what I moved and the effect thereof. Thank you, CEO. It doesn't create any liaison groups or give us any assurance that we're going to get them. And that's just what I wanted to make sure that these people can see the stuff regardless.
That doesn't either.
No, I didn't.
Marion.
Sorry, and that's the thing. While I support the ideas, they just go over the surface of some really quite big issues. And I think anyone who watched the television last night around Ashburton River and the area with gravel extraction there, then there are some really big issues. You know how we have actions that sometimes come, if these things, not the actual wording, but the fact of the gravel extractions, the annual plans for river management, and the asset management plans for planting alongside riverside banks gets there for some reports to come back on in terms of actions. I think this is really inappropriate for long-term plan.
Look, I think in fairness to Kate, Councillor Wilson, there's a degree of urgency that's required to deal with the problem. And I think Kate's motivation is to try and ensure that we get some action sooner rather than later, because, you know, some of us have been out with a couple of those meetings. I was with Kevin and also Kate with regards to gravel extraction, and it's not just about ensuring that you know, the right thing is done from a river management point of view. There are territorial authority assets also at a level of risk, and then there's the environment to ensure that you do the right thing at the right time and don't tip the balance, because there might be fish spawning or whatever. So there's quite a bit to it, but I suppose it's the degree of urgency, particularly when you look at the Kakanui and the Pomahaka, and I think that's what has driven these recommendations to be with us today. Hilary, I want to try and get to a conclusion sooner rather than later, and I sense you've got a way forward.
I've possibly got a way forward, which is that can Dr. Palmer reassure us that the issues raised in those resolutions will be the subject of his 3 monthly reports to us, now that he knows that those are things that we would be concerned to have in those 3 monthly reports?
Not agreed work programs, 11 and 12.
I just have a suggestion, which would be that you hold these but redirect them to the implementation committee.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I reckon.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's, I was just thinking if that wherever those reports came, they could be, if we knew that that the subject of that was coming to the reports, we could then discuss them at the committee where the reports come and see if they've got sufficient information for us.
Rather than try and
Happy?
everything now.
So we'll just have a direction at the front end of those three, Di, that sends these to the implementation committee for their consideration.
Sorry?
So moved by Kate, seconded by Carmen.
But it's not here today.
Plenty of discussion. I will put those three together.
Right,
All those in
look at all
favour,
these
please say aye.
resolutions.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to so that covers, just to make sure, Nick, that covers everything to do with the LTP. We're all done and dusted?
Yep, LTP's adopted and you're delegated to sign
Sign the audit letter.
the representation letter once
it's done.
once audit clearance is given.
Excellent.
And then we move on to the next bit is the year one rates resolution.
Let's go.
Yep.
So we now move on to the rates report
Yep.
and rates resolution. So once again, this is, so it provides the details of each rate to be set for 2021 financial year, as well as the recommendation to adopt the rates resolution. Do you think we can, or someone like to move
I'll
that?
move that.
A, we received, thanks Marion, received the report and attached rating and sample reports. And number two,
So whereabouts is this? Sorry.
moved by Marion.
Yeah, but where is it?
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, sorry,
Two-
this is on page,
226 of your
Sorry.
agenda.
Oh, we just skipped
Okay.
down a page there.
Yeah, because
thanks Carmen. Moved Marion, seconded Carmen. So we're page 226.
Cool.
And the rating resolution, well, the information there was on 223 to 240. And then there's the sample rates on 241 to 254. And then there's the mean capital value samples on 255, 256. They're the three attachments with this report.
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Been already moved by Marion, seconded Carmen. Any questions? Kate?
Page 255, there's a sample one of Dunedin, it's a West Tyree farm, assumed hectares of 10 hectares on top right-hand corner. And the farm is, I'm just interested that it's a $550,000 farm, 10 hectares. We don't carry through with the hectare in anywhere else, I think, and why you've chosen that and how many 10 hectare farms there are on the West Tyree. I was just wondering why we've done that measure.
That's the description, the word.
Well, you've got assumed hectares at 10 hectares. On the West Tyree farm,
Yep.
top right-hand corner, I haven't seen that on any other farm. And I was just trying to work out why the value was 10 hectares.
Okay.
I presume the others are done on an average size farm. I don't know.
What page are you on, Kate?
255?
255, okay.
All the farm examples are way out of proportion of what would be true and actual, really, for an average farm.
So Nick, if you've got an answer to, or a comment to Kate or Gary, do you know what the question is?
Yeah, is Sarah Harrison's on Zoom? She could probably step in just to say exactly, but I assume there that example, yeah, is using that would be the value, assuming that it's done on 10 hectares. Yep. I mean, what it's trying to show is the quantum of the movement between the current year and what will be year one. So these are just examples, and we pick an example, either an example CV or land value, or in this case the land area, because this part of the drainage rate is set on land area. Okay. So it's just what we're really trying to highlight more than anything is you're comparing that line there to what it was in the current year, so that you can see the quantum of the movement. We're not, if you like, really trying to say this is your absolute average or median, or, although we're using those examples and we're using different dollar values. But as you say, it's going to be, there's no one farm or one property that you'll go for any of these examples. That's theirs.
Okay.
So
thank
that's
you.
really all we're trying to do there.
And my second question, and it's on page 237, 5 rural water quality rate. I'm intrigued, and I'm sorry I didn't understand this, and I apologise to my councillors if I voted not understanding this last year. The rural water quality, I appreciate it's rural, is only on rural and lifestyle blocks. Is there a water quality? So there's nothing there for septic tanks or any rural water schemes that townships that supply into rural water schemes. Do they not charge? Are they rated some other way for water quality?
Well, it depends on the activity that's being done. That rate there is being used now for. Originally, when it was set up, it was largely used for doing the monitoring and reporting on permitted activity, in particular around
the water plan. Okay.
Yeah, around the water plan. It's since been modified to where now that there is funding, if you like, the rural liaison activity, and the catchment group work is in there. The rest of our water quality activity, which includes, we've got water planning, we've got all the science and monitoring, is all general rate funded.
Yeah.
Yep, no, that's fine. That's just, I just want to understand that distinction because it seems slightly anomalous to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other queries? We're all good to go. Marion, you moved. Seconded Carmen. Thank you for being with us, Sarah. I think we're all good.
Thank you.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against, carried. Well, they're actually the two motions, I beg your pardon. Excellent, thank you. I think we're done with you, Nick. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 7.3. It's the adoption of the 2131 Regional Land Transport Plan. we've got Gary and Gavin. Welcome, gentlemen. Obviously, Alexa is chair of that committee and Kate is deputy.
I'll move it after questions or.
Okay, are you moving the three recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay, second by Kate. Okay, we'll just park that thought for a moment and we'll just go to see if there's any questions.
Page, what page you on?
We're page 257.
Right through to.
And the attachment of the final RLTP is on 261.
You have one top. Oh,
Gavin and Gary, was there anything that you wanted to highlight or to the council? Okay, take it as read. Any questions?
one top of mind question, and that is, we had notification that NZT Waka Kotahi had approved the funding requests. Has that changed?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so all they've approved and provided advice on are the continuous programs. So they haven't approved improvement activities or low cost, low risk.
Thank you, that clarifies that.
Thank you, Marion.
It's just a question, and it is to do with my confusion. What's the relationship between the regional public transport plan and the regional land transport plan? Is one hierarchically more important than the other?
Oh. So the RLTP, the Regional Land Transport Plan, sets the higher level. This is what we want for our region in terms of transport outcomes. The PT plan is required to be not inconsistent with it. And so that's, yes, kind of planning speak with, particularly when you look at the vision in the RLTP, we talk about the RPTP being consistent with that.
So when I looked at the vision, because I was looking at it from a passenger transport angle, and that's where I got confused. What the hell are they talking about road safety on in this? But when it got to connectivity and choice and environmental sustainability, that is when I began to feel comfortable, and that allowed for the RP. Okay, I've got it, I think.
Excellent. You'll sit, Marion?
Yeah, I am, Deb.
Hilary, then Brian.
Just what I think is probably a wee question, page 317, 316, where there's a intriguing looking couple of pictures, images, access time for Invercargill's communities to the local hospital, public transport compared with driving yourself, I presume. Which seemed to me a really useful sort of thing to say. But following that, it says, both examples show that without access to a motor vehicle, people are likely to feel disadvantaged. It seems to me a bit weird that in another part of the document I saw, there was a perception of something. These people aren't feeling disadvantaged. It's very clear on the face of it, they are. Just, you clearly cannot get to hospital realistically and reasonably with public transport. So the suggestion that when people are in a worse off situation, it's a perception or a feeling, when it seems to me quite clear that it's very real. Is that just sort of a slip of the tongue, or is the idea that when people are disadvantaged, it's just a feeling?
That's a question for whom?
For whoever is behind this document, I guess.
Gary?
Whoever's standing behind it.
Alexa or Gary?
I don't know. Whoever feels responsible.
It's not really an answer, but I think because it's Invercargill, it's the Southern region and not us.
Oh, well, it will be just a feeling then. It's not real, but it's from Invercargill.
Good. That's a really good answer.
That explains everything.
Thank you, Gary.
To be fair, having lived in Invercargill, you're only 5 minutes from anywhere.
With your car.
Well, I'm still familiar.
Brian.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe Gary's already answered the question, because apparently in Invercargill you're only 5 minutes from anywhere. Is that why Invercargill was #1 in terms of risk for intersections, all intersections, and Dunedin City is 2? Yeah, why actually, to be honest, originally I thought this was for all of New Zealand, but it's Otago Southland, yeah. So what are the outcomes there what are the concerns out there that we should be concerned about? Like, is it intersection design? Is it the fact that there's just more cars going through the intersection in Dunedin and Invercargill than any other town? You know, what are we doing about it through this weighty document?
That's a question for Gary.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so the weighty document enables DCC and the Transport Agency provides some evidence to get funding to look at those intersections. And so it's not just that the intersections it's, you know, if you look at the whole safe system approach,
yeah,
it's about drivers, it's about infrastructure, it's a number of things.
So this is an example of the document, not necessarily solving it, but putting it on the table and identifying a process that's required to address it and funding.
Again, through Mr. Chairman, so the document's about, I guess you'll get tired of hearing this word, it's an enabler.
Yeah.
And it's about saying, you know, we recognise in our region or territorial authority that we have an issue that needs some solving, so that if they're looking to go to NZTA or Kotahi for some funding,
yeah,
they've at least got that box ticked off in terms of, yes, we recognise it as a problem for us.
Oh, thank you.
I suppose it helps to build a case to try and resolve the problem by some intervention, whatever that means. Kate.
I think since we're thanking staff for momentous plan changes, that we should be thanking the staff here, of both our staff and those of Southland, Environment Southland, who have put this document together. It is a vast gain, improvement on where the previous one was at, but there are so many spinning wheels at the moment, or cogs, more to the point, in this place, that this is, I'm seconding it in the comfort that it is as best we can get. I don't think it will last the course of 3 years. I don't think it reflects the absolute need that has come out of the Climate Change Commission report for change in transport. I think a lot of it is that we're still stuck in fixing roads and state highways to an extent, and rather than looking at reinvestment. My frustration is that there's also a lot of things put on the lists by councils very quickly and hastily, because this did not sit well with the long-term plans this year, that have not got long-term plan funding as they've gone through the processes in their councils. So I think the emphasis is to look at the front end and give the direction that it's going, which I have great faith in. It's looking at things that it should be looking at, but not the work program itself, which Waka Katahui have been very clear may not make it into their work program, but not only because of their financial situation, but because of their very relatively new priorities. I think it's a fair statement of how it's going. So and my biggest concern is that the number of, for the local communities, and we have sitting in on the Regional Land Transport Committee representation from all of the councils and the TAs from Otago and Southland, their concern in the rural areas where, in substantial areas of long gravel networks, that those councils will not get funding to maintain those, and it really becomes a connectivity issue. Supporting it, but just with that nervousness that we have got real issues about connectivity in Otago and Southland because of the funding streams.
Because we're in debate, can I just make a comment? I think with the spinning wheels comment, there is a clause in there to review after 18 months to take stock of where things are at. Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion?
Are we on to debate now then?
We probably should go, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry. We were questions, but no. Yeah.
I just want to say that in moving it, that it was a good process, and I really thank you, Gary, and Julian, and well, most of Gary actually in this one. Julian's more the next one, and to you, Gavin, as well for getting off the ground. And I'd also really like to thank Russell Hawkes and Lloyd McCallum from Environment Southland, who were really, really great to work with and really responsive. And I think we worked well together. It was a good process. And but I have some real concerns, and it's not about Environment Southland, or maybe it is about us, I don't know. Most of the submissions, as in the Regional Public Transport Plan, were about mode shift, climate change, making Mode Shift easier, building the infrastructure for that. That was not the case 3 years ago when we did this plan, so it's come a long way. 3 years ago when I was infrastructure chair on QLDC, and in the same process, we were looking at bridges that needed replacing, upgrading gravel roads, and putting more stock effluent disposal sites in. So really there's been a big shift in what we're hearing from people. But I don't think that systemically we have made that shift as an ORC, and I'm sure Waka Kotahi haven't, and that concerns me. And we're not set up to fund it. I'm sure most of the nation has this trouble, but it's going to be an ongoing frustration for the next at least 3 years, or 18 months at the really shortest amount. It's a concern. We have not looked at the funding challenges that Waka Kotahi are facing. They're huge, and they're not going to improve over the next few years, especially if we start moving towards electric vehicles and things. There's going to have to be a whole funding discussion. So there's major concerns. A major limitation of this plan is and always with the regional transport plan is it has no funding. It just picks it up from everywhere else. And so, and I feel that in this council, and possibly ES as well, but in this council, transport is a poor cousin, and it shouldn't be. We haven't got enough staff on it. We turned Gary down when he asked for more. One of our greatest challenges to our environment is our environmental footprint through transport. And, you know, that's as important as everything else that we deal with, but we need to push it higher on our priority list. We've seen people coming in front of our tables and willing to step up and pay more to get an environmental agenda across the line. And we've seen that in the submissions to this plan, and yet we have not addressed it in any meaningful way. We haven't asked them if they're willing to pay more for this. This really worries me. And my comments here are the same for the next plan we are looking to adopt today, the regional transport plan, public transport plan. So they've told us this, and you know, while it is very different from last time, the discussion now is about mode shift. It's about bikes, it's about pedestrians, it's about rail, and it's about getting people out of their cars. And if this is an enabling plan, it doesn't disable that, but it sure as anything, as sure as eggs, is not a really aspirational thing to really move us on. But that's my comments on that, and it's a situation that we're going to have to address in a different way than just through this plan. And I am happy to move this plan given where we are, but I really want us to start taking this on board and going, let's be serious about moving to public transport, please.
Thank you. Further speakers, Kevin?
Well, I'm happy to support the plan, but unfortunately note again that there's no priority being given by NZTA or Waka Kotahi, and it's been going on for a fair while. There's no direct plan to fix up the flooding at Hilderthorpe, north of Oamaru, which is our main arterial route for the South Island. We've seen Ashburton go through the dramas again, and the only other place you get stopped is at Hilderthorpe, and that will happen as soon as we get another major flood inundation in that area. So yeah, one day they might wake up. Perhaps I should have submitted, and I apologise for not submitting, but the reality is that is an exceptionally vulnerable part of the South Island link, and again it's pushed out to the wilderness. Hopefully there's not a flood, but certainly if there is, I'll get my tractor out and help you through.
Gary.
Electric tractor.
What size tractor have you got?
Just a couple of quick questions. Have Environment Southland approved as we're being asked to? And secondly, why so few submissions? 35 and 17 from Southland. Was that a concern?
I don't understand what
People understand what this is.
For you, Mr. Chairman, yes, it was. I'm not sure whether it has yet gone to Environment Southland, but it is going to them. And it's probably in keeping with past RLTPs in terms of number of submissions.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Brian?
Yeah, I'd just like to go back to that comment I made about intersections and saying that, or suggesting that in fact Invercargill and Dunedin were only the worst in Otago Southland. On page 303, it actually identifies that they're the worst in New Zealand.
Actually, yeah.
And if we don't actually understand that and articulate that, we're never going to solve it. We've got a real problem. And I'd like the appropriate entity to do something about it. Page 371 talks about the Otago Southland Cycling Network, and I just am thankful that there's some acknowledgement of cycling and walking, and acknowledgement that there are gaps in the regional network. I know that my fellow councillor here is trying to do something about it, and I'm pleased that it's connected to the big picture. Thank you.
Thank you. And my only comment, Brian, is the TAs, have the ability to do something about those dangerous intersections.
Well, they are failing miserably in our patch. We should be embarrassed.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? The 3 recommendations have been moved. Alexa seconded Kate. If there's no further discussion, I'll put those 3 together. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Adoption of the 21-31 Regional Public Transport Plan. Yep, okay, I just thought I'll try and get this one over the line. What I suggest is that once we complete this item, 7.4, is that we have a quick, or about a 15-minute break, grab a cuppa and bring it back to the table. Okay, we're in your hands, gentlemen. So this report seeks approval of the Regional Passenger Transport Plan 21-31. We've got the summary of submissions attached and also the final documentation for council's adoption. Gentlemen, any opening comments?
It's you too.
You're okay. Just a question from myself. An implementation plan that's mentioned in paragraph 8. What sort of timing do you imagine that would be delivered to council? Is it 6 months, 12 months down the track?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at it being developed in the next 3 months. And so when I talk about an implementation plan, it's something that will provide a lot more clarity on some of our processes. So, for example, we had quite a few people saying, can we change this bus route, this bit, or can we have a new stop? And so it's to put a stronger process around that so that we deal with them once a year. It'll also pick up on some of the other things that are flagged in the plan in terms of when we might look at them. For example, the work we might do around requests for new services, Upper Clutha, Balclutha, some of those places.
It's another step in that enabling process, another step along the way.
It's just to give that greater transparency around how we're going to give effect to the stuff.
Cool. Thank you. Questions, and then we'll get someone to move it. Kevin, Brian, Marion.
On page 475, which is page 4, there's a chart there, distances to different areas. And so I see you've got Balclutha at 80, which is about right. Alexandra 190, which is good, but you've got to Oamaru 160 kilometres. There might be just a typo there.
16, it should.
Otherwise, I'll need to get Nick to give me some more travel expenses. I'm happy with whatever your solution is, Gary.
So is that, so you're comfortable? Hey, sorry, I should have gone to Michael first as chair of this this committee that heard the submissions, along with Alexa and also Brian Baxter as your export transport person. So sorry, Michael, did you want to make a brief comment at the front end?
We had a pretty informal co-leadership,
We had turns at
but
chair.
Alexa was the nominal chair. But since you've named me, I'm happy to kick off and say that it was a privilege to be on this panel with Alexa. We got 193 submissions, and I thought there'd be more, but the LTP tended to swamp that period, I think, in the eyes of the public, and this sort of snuck along the bottom a bit. But the submissions were darn good, and a lot of people took the time to come and front up and talk to us and with us about the whole process, and that was really useful as well. And I think the council should know that in the submissions, both oral and written, we got recognition of the progress made with, for example, in Dunedin, the hub, in Queenstown, the ferry trial commitment that we made, which was, as previously noted, a pretty big one in dollar terms. The B card is a winner in pretty much everybody's eyes. The real-time app is going down a treat, Queenstown and Dunedin. And of course, everybody likes the $2 trial, except for those who would like it to be $1 or no dollars. And I'll come back to that in a minute. We got a clear shopping list of what people want. They want no carbon. That's a biggie. They want to see the buses electrified and people in them. But as one submitter said, and it was a point that stuck in my head, it's better to have 25 people in a low emission diesel bus than to have 25 people in cars. And that is something we should keep in mind, that electrification is good and it will happen, but it'll take time. But in the meantime, getting people onto buses, whatever drives those buses, is really the answer. Smaller buses came up, they always do. People don't understand the logistics of fleet size, of sort of vehicle size, really, that is having smaller buses looks neater and looks better and makes you feel more comfortable, but they are generally, in a city like Dunedin, impractical and costly. They wanted new and extended routes, as Gary just mentioned, and that'll come up the implementation plan. They wanted better linkages to the two hubs of Dunedin and Queenstown, Wanaka, Cromwell, Oamaru, Balclutha, Milton. There was strong support through submissions for PT links to all of those places. But, and this was the big but, no evidence. Every time I relentlessly asked them, how many people would get on the bus in Milton? How many people get on the bus in Wanaka? There was no gathering of data before the submission was made, and maybe that's fair enough. Maybe people haven't got the resource or the time to go out and do that, but that will have to be done. And Gary has noted that in this plan that I hope we're about to adopt, that sort of exercise will be critical for us to do before we make final decisions on those extended services. The other two or three things, and if I can have a wee bit of negativity as well, people are really unrealistic about fares. They think fares are the answer. If you stop charging fares, people get on the bus. Fares come down in about third or fourth or fifth place in decision making by people about getting on a bus. The bus has got to be there. It's got to be handy. It's got to be reliable. It's got to be frequent. That's what gets people on buses. And the world evidence is all in support of that. Fares are not a big determinant, but it's sort of an emotional thing, I think. The other thing is parking policies. Queenstown was courageous, lifted their parking charges at the same time they brought in PT, worked very well. Dunedin, for whatever reason, is happy to have cars cluttering up the town belt of all places, cars parking for $6 a day, right in the middle of town. It's just ridiculous, to be perfectly honest, for a city the size of Dunedin, 130,000 people, to listen to people moaning about lack of parking when there are 13,000 parking slots in this city, saying there's not enough. Get rid of those bike lanes, they say, because they're taking up parking spaces, for God's sake. If DCC was realistic about what it costs to park a vehicle in the middle of the city for a day, half a day, an hour, people would take public transport more seriously. But they seem, for whatever reason, not to be able to face that challenge. And that's a great shame. Those are my thoughts. Otherwise, I thought the process was great. Gary and his team did a good job. The report has come out. It needs a bit of tidying. It's obviously got some typos and that sort of stuff. Before it gets to its formal printing stage, I'm sure that'll be tidied up. It gives us a way forward. It gives us some good new practices and policies. It's not as radical as the previous RPTP, which changed routes all around Dunedin and did it very effectively to the point where we didn't really have to think about that all that much. Our route structure is more direct, easier and more popular than it ever was before. And that's the credit of the 2014 plan. This one is more operational, will produce improvements. I'm right behind it. And I thank Gary and Julian and Gavin and everybody else who was involved.
Thank you for your contribution, Michael, to the process, and Alexa, and thank you for the summary. I'll go, Alexa, did you want to add anything
Just
there?
a couple
and then
of
I'll
notes.
go to the
I
questions.
agree with everything that Michael has said. All of the submissions, really, almost all of them wanted more from public transport. But what I did note was a lot of those things, although time is money, so obviously we have to put the time in, could be very cheaply fixed. There's a lot of small stuff that came through that I felt that if we were a bit more customer centric, we'd actually nail. So I hope that we'll see some of that coming through in communication and customer centricity, if we can start thinking about that. The other thing there's a couple of things that worried me. I'm concerned that as a council and a collection of communities, we haven't really found a way to get the intra-regional happening. I think we need to talk to our other RTAs and spend more time with them. And I'm concerned that the talks with Dunedin, however we are connecting Dunedin or whatever group is really the equivalent of the Way to Go or the Transport Governance Group in Queenstown, it's not working so well here somehow. The DCC's unhappy with where we are with this. They want to take it back, and we've got a problem there because I don't think we have a close enough relationship that we're talking well enough to them, and that's a problem. So I'd want to see that kind of fixed.
I've just probably made it worse.
Maybe. But no, maybe not too. So there was one other point I wanted to make and I've forgotten what it was. Well, I think there's a lot we can do to drive more in this space. And the plan, there's no budget lines attached to it, so it's very difficult to do much. But I think we need to try and do quite a lot more.
Thank you. I think I had Brian and then Marion, then Kate, then Carmen. Brian.
Yeah, cool. Apologies, it's still a question. But on page 392 of the iPad, it says, paragraph 22, it says that the new/changed services priority for the panel is first dot South Otago, second dot Upper Clutha, and then third dot Wakuiti to Dunedin Route 1. And I'm just wondering, and just listening to Alexa, just where that's sort of going, if that's the priority of the panel. So what's the outcome?
I'm going to talk to Gary about that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So in your now adopted long-term plan, you have included funding for Dunedin bus service improvements, including that third bullet, because you've had the community for a long time talking about improvements there, and we had it through both our RLTP.
Is that weekend and?
Yes, extra during weekdays and at weekend.
Cool, that'll be
the other two were clear requests from the community, but again, a little hard to find the evidence. And so I mentioned the implementation plan before. The intent is to work with those communities and have the evidence so that at least the next NLTP funding round will have a much better case for seeking NZTA funding. It's not to say if you don't do that work sooner that you can't implement them sooner, but it's, I couldn't tell you what the service is that the South Otago community wants, whether it's just we want to get to the hospital sort of between 9 and 3, or whether it's around commuters. So it's that kind of work. Talked a little bit with our colleagues.
So the time frame, Gary, for possibly having an outcome there is what again?
So I'm looking particularly with those first two, doing the work with the communities over the next 2 years. I'm not sure how long it will take, because in effect you'll apply the agency business case approach to gather that evidence without actually using the agency speak. And as you've picked up, a lot of it is actually working with the communities to understand what it is that they want or what they think they need, and then costing that up and bringing that back for decision at some point.
Fair enough. Thank you. Cool.
Thanks, Marion.
Sorry, I really am having quite a lot of troubles with this, and I'll put it first up, and there are some questions in here. But first up, we seem to be presented with something that is a result of submissions. And if I just do one example, there were submissions made by Dunedin City Council, a trial unit to be included in the plan to enable a free city centre loop bus. which I hear a lot about. And it says here, it would be an additional cost. And then it says, we're not going to do this. Have I got that correctly? Now, was that a decision by the panel or was it a decision by staff?
So that was the staff responses that went to the panel for the deliberations.
Okay.
So very, very similar to LTP type feedback from staff. So it's information to support staff as they consider each submission.
So at this stage, in this meeting, we're given a plan where I haven't, unless I've missed something, I've never really heard about that a loop thing was put up to you and why you rejected it until I get to today.
There's no debate on it.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, so the plan doesn't stop that from happening. What the plan stops at the moment is we won't contract for it. So DCC can go and run it as an exempt service the same way that they could do a rail service from Mosgiel.
Right.
Having said that, there are some checks and balances in the LTMA, which means that this council would need to assess any application to run those services with respect to how it impacts what's there now. And so, for example, a rail service from Mosgiel, you have bus services there, so you know, there's maybe an issue. Similarly here, we have bus services that run right through that route.
Yeah, I could put up lots of other arguments as a person who uses.
But I mean, as we've indicated, there may be ways of delivering that same outcome. There's nothing to stop when we look at fares, you know, talking about taking that stuff back to August to something that enables that similar kind of outcome so that you potentially have a free fare zone, if you like.
But here is my problem. If I go back to the one that sits behind it, is that as we face with the plan, I'm still asking questions that I haven't known were part of the submissions. Do you see what I mean? I'm feeling, have I missed something in the process? Is that correct? This is the first time I'm aware of what the submissions have been, and my representatives as a councillor, what their response to those submissions were at the time that I'm considering a plan. I'm just saying it to all of us, there's a step missing. And I can't do anything about it right now, although I feel very uncomfortable about passing this plan, I'd have to say, because of those sorts of issues.
I think to be fair, I don't know how long ago, let's say it was a month or so ago.
9th of December, we put this time frame in place.
Yeah, so yeah, we put a time frame in place, but we also made the decision that Michael and Alexa were going to sit on that panel and we'll bring back a recommendation.
Yeah, but we're bringing it back at the day that we're accepting the whole as follows plan. There seems to be a step missing. I would have liked them to have brought that back kind of in a paper or a report to us as a council to debate before we actually finally signed off the plan.
So it came to a standing committee, for example, first.
Yes, absolutely. And can I say that, you know, somebody noted in minutes that we need to have that for the future, because it's not good. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a second thing that comes in there. It says on paragraph 37, and again, it's in your responses to the submitters. The submitters will be advised that fair pricing does have a role in attracting patronage, but is not the primary attractor. I know that. I also know there's an enormous amount of fights about that. And then it says, but this will, and fares are one matter flagged to be addressed in council's shaping future Dunedin transport, public transport business case. Who's putting that to whom?
So again, through Mr. Chairman, so we will need to make some decisions for the new financial year. Outside that, we are investing in a business case work that comes out of Shaping Future Dunedin that looks at PT, including fares. That is work of this council, that it will, you know, it will involve Dunedin City Council and the Transport Agency, but it's the work of this council.
To do,
Yes.
okay. And we'll have a chance to comment and argue about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Debate.
Debate, all right. I don't worry. Because one of the things that's perturbed me as occasionally going along to the meetings between the two councils, is that I think I've said it at this table before, the whole discussion was about whether the roads were one road or two roads past the bloody hospital. Excuse me. And it was not about public transport. And so here we have the huge thing about public transport that I've been waiting about. Next steps is another thing that you have in there, paragraph 49. Prepare and publish a new final version of the plan. Does that allow us, I don't know when that's going to happen by, does that allow us a chance to challenge or amend before the final plan? Or are you expecting finality today?
So effectively, finality today, noting, as one or two of you have mentioned, that there are some typos, there's some distances that are missing. So that was hence one of the recommendations, is to run those past the chairman to ensure that he's happy that subsequent to this meeting, the changes that we need to make to the document are not material or significant.
This is not a criticism of staff, okay? I think it's a criticism of, we've been doing it as it's always been done, but there's some really major issues in here, and particularly when we've got trying to get people. I think I saw one lot of statistics, and it might have been the previous paper, 4% only of Dunedin people commute using a public transport. 4%. More walk or cycle. I think that's about 17%. I'm not quite sure. 4%. That's shocking, people, given what we're facing. So this is an urgent issue. I think for that reason, dearest man, I'm going to have to vote against this plan or abstain, because I am really upset.
Yeah, I mean, your point has been made well with regards to having an opportunity in a less formal setting. In other words, that the 11th hour to adopt the plan, rather than your wish to perhaps have a bit of more of an informal debate about the key issues in the
absolutely.
Proposal. Okay.
And also to have better conversation with DCC.
Okay.
God's sake.
Thanks, Marion. We've got Kate, Carmen, Hilary, and Gretchen.
Gary. Yep.
And Gary.
Sorry, Kevin.
Thanks, guys. He misses me.
I share Marion's concerns. I said on the 9th of December, when we confirmed this timetable, that I had real issues with there being enough input into it. There are a number of things that concern me more. Is it a reliance that we have a regional transport network that is working? I may be wrong, but my understanding is that some of those services are being withdrawn quite rapidly. I know that Alexa has only one choice of bus now, and she used to have two, I think, to get here. And we've got no indicators if those services go what action we're going to take. It's not a plan that considers or suggests when we might act should a regional highway bus service that we clearly rely on. It's in there that we rely on it, but if it goes, what we would do. And that really worries me. There are 10% of Dunedinites don't have access to a car, households don't have access to a car. There's large areas of rural, small towns where people choose to have affordable houses, but then can't then get cut off from medical services and because there isn't a bus service that they can use. It's and the housing affordability, it's great that those people are prepared to go out into the rural areas and leave their houses for people who need to work in the bigger towns, but it actually makes them poor and disadvantaged because of the lack of access. I'm not being critical of the staff in dealing with these issues. It's the timing that we haven't got right. I'm really concerned about trials. I read it in the report that the trials, or maybe it was the services, weren't going to happen if the trials were successful until 2024 because of the long-term plan. That actually isn't the answer. The answer is to come and do a special consultation as it's needed. I've sat in on meetings in the South Otago where they produce evidence of what the Catlins old people seniors bus service does. I've heard about the other ones from Milton. There are some numbers out there. Don't blame people living out in these areas if they can't produce the evidence. It is our job to have it. And my last statement is, and it's going to be a consistent one, I am really disappointed that any time transport is put up, we give examples, probably because it's the easiest information to get, of census for people going to work. We don't do it for schools. And children, whether they're going to school or going to sports, deserve to be counted. They can't drive. And we continue to undermine how valuable they are, how important access to those things are for their education and their roundness of their personalities. Being able to have access to sport and other cultural institutions is really important. And we deprive them because we don't count them, we don't look for them, and we don't measure them. That's on us. I'm not going to vote for this. It's no criticism of the people sitting on the committee. I think we've the timing, this was meant to be done in November 2019, would start kickball off when I first heard about it. It wasn't done then. It hasn't been done with the community to the extent it needs to be. I know that we have to do it by statutory timetable. It's a lose-lose as far as I'm concerned. I'd rather we were doing it much better. And I can't support something that I just think has still got a lot of work needed.
Thank you. I'll just go back to Michael. Are you happy to move those 3 recommendations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, signed by Alexa.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Back to the list. Carmen.
I'm just wondering, it seems as Mary, Councillor Hobbs has pointed out that there's been a real disconnect, and I think there's more disconnect in more ways. I think there's that disconnect, am I correct? And I'd like to ask, if I may, am I allowed to ask my fellow councillors, Forbes and Deaker, because I mean,
Go for it.
too, like you, I feel we're missing a whole heap of information, and I'm supposed to make a decision. I mean, I've just understood from you, Ms. Maloney, what the difference is about, and I've had that too. Oh, I don't understand you're doing a bus around the Octagon. Well, now I understand what could happen, but what it also can't happen. There's a lot missing here in this, and I just wanted to know from, if I may, from Councillor Forbes and Deaker, there's obviously quite a disconnect. Am I correct?
Well, in my view, it's in the comments that I made for the regional land transport plan, which are equally applicable to this. We have not, as a council, prioritised this work. And I think it's really rich to think we might now vote against that. Because, I mean, how did you expect this work to be done? Who did you expect to do it? There's nothing in long-term plan, which Kate and I had raised on several occasions, can't seem to get any traction in this. So I think given what we've been through and given where we've got to, that we've actually got something that is way more enabling than we might have, but we're going to have to sit down and figure out how we're going to fund this stuff. And it's not just about long-term plan. Where is the conversation happening with DCC and us at a governance level that says you get your parking sorted out?
Yeah.
You start firing that money into this if you want these things. We know that people want them. We know that we have to do it. But if we have to have an enabling plan. If we don't have a plan that enables that, and this does, well, you know, where on earth are we to go to by tomorrow and the next day? What are we asking Gary and Gavin to do? We as a council need to really stand up and think about this, and we've got to really think quickly about how we're going to fund the ongoing $2 fare, because I'll tell you what, taking that out will be just unacceptable for this town. But there we go. That's where we are, Carmen. And the reason that we haven't, you know, that there seems to be a gap is we haven't prioritised this.
Okay.
Sorry for the rant.
I'm not sure whether your microphone's on, Carmen, but does that complete your questions?
It does. It's obviously not something we can just leave to lie on the table today, can we? No, we have to make a decision.
We either adopt it or we don't.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, the plan's a point in time, so there's nothing to stop if we do some more work with DCC and suddenly the case for an orbital bus service makes sense.
Yeah.
Or they tick the boxes that you change the plan. It will just require a public consultation exercise.
That's
It's probably a bit simpler than the one that we did for the ferry, but
We'd have to
it's
do
not
that.
something that's locked in concrete so that you're stuck with this for the next 10 years. Ideally, this is their plan moving forward, but you do have the ability to change it.
And like any of these processes, it's impossible to please everybody. Back to the list, Hillary.
I'm concerned that we don't seem to be sort of addressing the very thing we want to be achieving, or what is it we want to be achieving. Councillor Hobbs quite rightly said 4% are using public transport for commuting. 15% aren't bothering to commute because they're staying at home. and walking and biking 11%. What I thought we were trying to do is to move people out of private cars, starting with a hierarchy of first active, get on your own 2 feet or bike, then move into public transport, then move into private cars as a backstop if you can't do the other things. If what we're looking at is to try and reduce our footprint, whatever it turns out to be, we're not actually addressing any of that at all. And what it seems to me that we could, for example, if we want to reduce our carbon footprint, we might be encouraging that number of people who work from home and putting money into this, working from home, from 15% to 20%. That might be as good a thing to do as any. We're just not looking at, I'm not sure what our aim is, so how on earth are we going to get there? Instead, we fixate on, do we want an extra trip from A to B? And if so, is it going to be free, or is it going to be $2, or is it going to be something else? We're just not looking at the overall, what are we doing here? It's the bulk of our business with the ORC is public transport. And we're not even sure what we're trying to achieve and where we're going and what we're doing and whether the money we're spending is the most useful way of achieving it, because we're not sure what it is we're trying to achieve. We just think, oh, we're running the buses, so if we're running the buses, we need to have them reliable and flexible and other things. Even in that regard, we aren't actually keeping on target with knowing what it is we are actually at the moment doing with the buses. We haven't got, we're getting a much better feedback loop, and thank you to the gentleman here to give us information and things, but we're not addressing, if we knew what we're trying to do, we'd address things like the fact that the Opo bus regularly goes for a walk down Lovelock Avenue because it's having a morning tea break or something, and so we've got this bus putting out carbon whatever's up and down a road that we really don't want a bus travelling on and things. We're not actually looking at the whole thing operationally. We're not looking at it globally as to what we're trying to do. We're just plucking bits and pieces out of the air. Having said that, I think our people were tasked with a job. They've done it as best they can. Our staff have done it as best they can. But between now and August, September, I would like a lot more information on what on earth we're trying to do here, why this, the sort of like a Section 32 report, the costs and benefits of what we're doing, and therefore what we might want to change and what we might want to add in, and have some philosophical and rational basis for where we're going with all this.
Yeah,
Good on you for trying, you guys.
Thanks, Hilary. And I think the implementation plan will reveal quite a bit about where we're heading and what that looks like. Gretchen.
I saw just before that Councillor Deaker's hand was up, I think, in answer to
Something
whether on, because yeah, he started off actually really quite positively about where we have got to with public transport and numbers getting on buses as well, and that actually we have been strategic. So I don't know, Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Gretchen. I just wanted to make the point that this plan does set ambitious goals for increasing the number of people on our buses. I think we have always had targets around 4%, 8% increase. And I think we need to be reminding ourselves that 10 years ago, the number of trips on Dunedin buses was 1.5 million per year. It's now running at almost double that. But for COVID, and we've just about recovered from that, we would have doubled that in 10 years. So the doom and gloom and nitpicking I'm hearing is really depressing. We have had a significant lift in the usage of Dunedin buses. Queenstown, of course, was spectacular until suddenly there were no tourists, and therefore much less need for people to be at the end, at the hub of the bus services. So both commuting and casual usage fell away in Queenstown for reasons we all understand. In Dunedin, the recovery from 12 months ago has been quite notable, and the increase, the trend is still upwards. So let's celebrate that and build on it. Another point that I think has come up from lots of comments around the table is this disjoint between the city and us. And that is a problem. We have all sorts of committees where public transport comes up, but virtually always they're convened by DCC, not by us. And they are around DCC issues such as the hospital traffic flows and the state highway status running through the city and what to do with it. And we are, if I could use the word, pretty much passengers in those discussions rather than the people responsible for providing PT. What I've said as a panel member during these discussions and to the mayor and to other councillors who came and met with us is let's form a joint working parties / committee to look into these things and work together closely. And let's us convene that. And I would love to see that happen. We had excellent submissions, for example, from Councillor Wiley, who had a lot of good thoughts about what the city could be doing. And I thought, well, golly, why can't we do this on a regular basis? At least every quarter, have a group from this table, a group from their table, get together with our transport managers to sort out what our priorities are and how we can work towards them as in a joint council approach. I mean, 4 successive mayors now have come to us and said, we want to take back the bus services. And it's never happened.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Gretchen, for highlighting that point.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say that we were well aware what the process was, and we voted for this process, which we're now right in the midst of and hopefully adopting today. As we've heard, we're a point in time with this particular plan, which I think is actually quite clear. I'm sure it's not fundamentally changing the public transport systems of Otago at this point. And we've heard some very good reasons already why that is the case. Actually, it's quite successful. We have a number of challenges with our geography. We've had reports in the past outlining the best we could probably achieve with the types of geography that we have. Striving for more people on public transport, absolutely, and that is what we're trying to achieve. This plan is enabling and is flexible. So really, we're only limited by our own imaginations and our willingness to fund particular things moving forward. So the point 50 there about preparing an implementation document that will be reported back to council and outline how and when the council will action the matters in the plan, again, and is another really important point in time for us. I think as governors, yeah, we've had a bit of a challenge there from a number of us as well, that we've got to step up. We've got to be leaders in this space. We need to drive the conversations with the community and our TAs and to ensure that the flexibility that the plan has is utilised. And how we're going to fund that, well, that's another discussion, but that's been highlighted to us too. But at this point, we shouldn't be slamming the process. We knew what the process was. We've had a lot of submissions, actually. That was successful. That was great in the midst of everything else, and some very successful ones, some very substantive ones, came to us with great ideas. So I believe in the process, and I believe from here it's really over to us to ensure that this plan's successful, and where we need to make changes, we know what those are. So we've got to do a bit of research now, don't we? The onus is on us to do that, to find out, you know, how can we use some flexibility to achieve some of these other things. And the other thing that's really important is the non-regulatory type approaches that are open to us. I reckon that's always where our plans either succeed or fail, is whether we're actually working successfully with communities, the education side of it. Wouldn't it be cool to have something like a what do you call it, a not-for-profit or something that helps us to get people on buses? All those options that are similar to how we would get good water quality, we need to think about how would we do that for buses too. So yeah, over to us, but I do believe in the plan. So thank you to everyone that's been involved and all your hard work. Thanks.
Thanks, Gretchen. Gary?
Thank you. Yeah, some of these points are concerning me. Definitely. We have a process and we put a panel in place. Two very competent councillors and an expert. They heard heaps of submissions. They had a very good process. And they've come up with an outcome. And of course, we have the ability to not adopt it or adopt it. But then we're saying, well, actually something's wrong with the process. And so if councillors are wanting a workshop after the panel have been through that process, then you would hope that, well, that's from an informative position only. If councillors are going to meddle with that process once it has been through that competency that we've seen, then that's really concerning to me. And then you'd expect, well, that would have to apply to all the plans that we bring to this table. So, I mean, yeah, all I can say is I think the flexibility is sitting within there for the concerns that have been raised, hopefully. And in this case, we certainly have to get on and acknowledge the good work done by the panel.
Thank you. We've got Brian, and then we've got Michael Deaker. Oh, unless Michael was, you're okay. I was going to go back to you for your right of reply, but I'll go to Brian, then Marion. We'll better wrap it up.
Look, I agree with what Gary's just said. I agree with what Gretchen's just said. Look, we need to, in some ways, apologise to the hearing panel. We're trying to pull the rug from under your feet. So thank you for your work. Thank you for the things that you've said. I think the fundamental issue is that the relationship between the ORC and the DCC could be so much better. And whether it's buses, whether it's South Dunedin, or whatever it is, Harbour, we need to do a whole lot better. And I look to you, Mr. Chair, and to the CE and the Mayor of the DCC, that we need to stop talking about this and pull this together and move forward. And an example is, as articulated by Councillor Deaker. Councillor Deaker said, for goodness sake, let's have a joint working party on buses that meets regularly with governance and staff representatives of the DCC and ORC. And I would ask Councillor Deaker, as the mover of this recommendation, whether he would consider a recommendation number 4, where we invite the DCC governance and staff representative to be involved in a joint working party, whether Councillor Deaker would consider that.
As mover, Michael, you're comfortable?
I like Councillor Brian's thinking. I think it needs to start off with a discussion between you and the Mayor. Rather than us pass any resolution here which makes any assumptions about what they would like to do. I think you and Aaron need to sit down and say, we've got a problem, we all know it. Here's our suggestion for a way forward. What do you think?
And the CEs.
And the CEs too. Because obviously there's staff involved on both sides. So I'd rather see that as the first step. And if Brian wanted to move a resolution that said, number 4, requests the chairman of RC to meet at an early opportunity with the Mayor of DCC with their respective CEs to discuss the possibility of a joint governance / management working party on public transport.
Cool.
Excellent. Okay.
Does that sound all right?
Amazing.
Okay.
Sorry, could you just repeat that last one?
No, I couldn't.
Is it a bit early for that before we have our implementation discussions?
No.
So it's requested
We can't
Chair of
talk about
ORC to
anything
meet
unless there's going to be
an early
cooperative
opportunity with the Mayor of
positive about
DCC and the respective CEs to discuss.
Yeah, I went a bit far with words like governance and stuff, because it wouldn't be a decision-making group at
No,
an
it's
early.
not.
It might evolve into that, but let's call
Issues
it-
of interest associated with
Exactly.
public
Yeah,
transport.
sharing views, call it a working party, call it what you like, Di, but a joint group of councillors and staff.
To look at public transport.
Marion, so you're the last, you got the last say here.
I've got two things I want to say. One is actually on that relationship with DCC. The Dunedin members may remember that I sent an email to you, and I got 2 replies, and then I spent some time trying. I got 6 members of the City Council to agree we hadn't got a place. And in the email sent to me today by the Mayor on this plan, he says he apologises for the fact that we haven't. So there is a willingness actually among them. And what I had thought initially was that it just be councillors talking to each other, and then you take it into the decision-making bodies without actually affecting their respective decision-making and way of decision-making. But I'm perfectly happy with what you've done.
Suggested.
But I would just like to put it on. I have been trying to do
Oh,
this.
no, thank you.
Cool.
Okay, and secondly, it's just a response about the panel, because I don't particularly like not being able to support this plan, all right? And one of the things is, yes, we appoint panelists, but panelists normally know what the council thinks about some of the issues. You didn't, did you? Have we ever had a discussion here about orbital buses? Have we ever had a discussion here?
Not the specifics of that operation, but I do believe we have.
We
I'm
had
not
this
too
plan
sure.
come forward to
What?
discuss.
Sorry? Sorry, what are you saying, Gretchen?
Oh, sorry, we did have this plan come, maybe what you guys could say, but we did have the plan come forward and all of the underlying strategy behind that as well on several occasions.
There was a number of
Yep.
steps going back to the December 9th meeting in Cromwell, where we settled on objectives, I think, at the time. And then we moved to the,
Might be
Well, it-
true.
whatever the next step was, the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, there was
well,
a,
then my problem has been that I don't think, and that's why I'm not trying to knock out the panel or its thing, but I don't feel I have ever been in a discussion that has really discussed orbital buses, bus fares. I've only had assertions put up, not a real discussion. And I've had more real discussions on here about blessed rabbits than I've ever had on public transport.
okay, I'm gonna pull rank here,
Okay.
and we'll end this discussion.
Okay.
Because I know everyone's hanging out to have a break, but also we've given the passenger transport plan a fair crack, and I will put the motion. That's the 3 on the audit paper plus the additional one where myself and Sarah meet with the Mayor and CE with regards to passenger transport, a joint approach going forward. So I'll put all those 4 together. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. What I
No,
suggest,
no, abstain, please.
so you want those noted?
Yeah, but not for the one about meeting together. Just
Okay,
to put them all
righto.
together and yeah.
Okay, so I assume that's the same with you, Kate? Okay, so that's just for the first 3. Okay, thank you. So I suggest we reconvene here at 4 o'clock. Just if you haven't finished your cup of tea, bring it in here to the table. We stand adjourned.
We're not done. Too. Live dogs, thank God.
Good to go. Welcome back, everyone. We now will reconvene. We have the paper 7.5, which is the consent fees policy, and welcome to Richard and Joe. Thank you very much for having this paper at this time before the ink's even dry on the LTP, which is great. Really appreciate that. Yeah, and I just note in the recommendations there, when recommendation 2 obviously refers to option 1 in the paper. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. We're in your hands, Richard and Joe.
Thanks, Andrew. So as you just explained, this is in response to the motion passed in Queenstown at the LTP or the Finance Committee meeting. So it is to present that policy in time for the 1st of July, which is when we're hoping to have it go live and available for applicants to access. I suppose a couple of things just to note in there. The one thing that we have, you will see in there intentionally or specifically is the requirement for that pre-commencement meeting with staff on the consent process to qualify you for receiving this, the fees support. There's a few reasons for it. One is it allows us to provide it allows us to assess and provide them the advice about whether or not they will qualify for that, but also having the pre-commencement meeting gives us a really good opportunity to iron out any potential problems within a consent before it's formally lodged. It's a far better time in the process to be doing that than after the consent's lodged. So that's in there and is quite an important aspect, I guess, of the process that will follow. You'll see reference to a communications plan. The reason we haven't included much detail is just the timeframes. It's being worked up by the communications team at the moment, but you can be rest assured we'll get it out through the catchment groups, other groups we know of that are working in the space that could benefit from this policy. And obviously, reporting back will be quite important, just given it's been put in at $50,000 a year. It will be a new policy, so I'm sure we'll have some things that we can report back on in terms of potential improvements over the years. So that's part of it and noted in the recommendations as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Anything to add, Joe?
No.
Excellent. Questions? Gretchen, Hilary, Brian.
Question on criteria 5 in the thing, attached criteria. That it needs to be lodged by a not-for-profit individual or organisation. So just in understanding that, if you were lodging a consent application as, say, the Pomahaka group, but it was on private land, you couldn't really do that.
So the example
would hold a consent for someone that...
Yep, that's not uncommon. So the catchment group can lodge for a project that is on private land that they're supporting. What we're trying to do is ensure that the purpose of this fund is for those projects that are providing that environmental enhancement and not tied to commercial gain.
That answers the question, yep.
Thank you. Hilary.
This all looks really good. I'm liking where you're going, and I think it will maybe bedding down. We'll find out how much it's used and things. The question to me about the non-notified thing, and I can sort of see why that might be a temptation, and I'm just wondering whether it's likely that some of these things would be things that we would want to notify, and whether there'd then be any pressure on us to make a decision to not notify it because that allowed it to be within the criteria? I mean,
no, it wouldn't. No. So, I mean, Joe can provide a bit more detail on this, but it absolutely wouldn't influence a decision on notification. It's just not a matter that would be considered, so that decision would be made regardless. I think what we're trying to do is separate out those consent processes which can be significantly complex and expensive and remove them from this process. These environmental enhancement projects should, by their nature, be quite well supported and consistent with what we're trying to achieve. So we're pretty comfortable that what we've got there is manageable and meets the intent of that discussion we had back at the LTP process. But it certainly wouldn't influence a notification decision in terms of trying to shoehorn that into something that fit this policy.
Yes. So you would mostly expect that the sort of things that people would want to apply for would be things that wouldn't need notification anyway.
That's correct.
Who's next? Brian.
Thank you. This is great. In the document, you talk about what's excluded in terms of financial support, potential support. So what's actually included? And is that actually outlined in here so it's clear?
So that's the cost of the consents team processing the application. So that's all we currently invoice for.
Is that clear in here?
Should be clear in the name of the policy, processing fees. So yeah, I know we think it is, but we can
Okay.
we can have a look at it. But
No, that's fair enough. You got me on that one. Okay, my next one is thank you. That I must say I read it quite quickly. I mean, we were given 650 pages if you didn't read it quickly.
Plus a cricket match to watch.
On one of the page, actually, I had it open there. It talks about waiving. It goes, in order to receive the consent process of their support, the group or individual applying, blah, blah, a written request for processing fees to be waived. I just, this is a question.
Yeah.
You know, just using the word waived, I just wonder if there's a risk around that. So that
page, sorry.
That's on page 2 of the document. It's under process, the second line. It just seems to me there's a risk that when people go for it, they're thinking whatever happens is going to be waived. Whereas actually what we're saying is, regardless of what the cost is, we're going to provide some support.
Yeah.
So there's no relationship.
Yeah, so that's a good point. I'd actually, and that's one we've missed through. We'd tried. I had tried to remove the reference to waive. So that's just one we've missed. But you're right. That the intent of this is that there is financial support provided, not a waiving.
To conjure up that they're going to turn up. And,
Okay,
so
we can make an amendment to section 6.
I've got one
to
and
reflect
I missed one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Are you all sorted?
All sorted.
Kate and then Gary.
Just one question, and it's not one, well, it is one I'm going to ask you, but I think it's actually one we have to resolve, is there's suggestions, I think, in here that if you need more money, you could go to the Eco Fund. And
No, sorry. So that reference to the Eco Fund is around because this excludes the delivery of the project, i.e. buying plants or fencing materials or what. So the reference in there, which was under the related documents, was to remind people that there are other avenues that ORC supports these environmental enhancement projects for aspects that this policy doesn't cover. So, for example, a wetland, this policy would only support the resource consent processing fees associated with a consent. They may well choose to apply to the Eco Fund for the purchase of the plants or other materials. So we're just trying to make sure there's a full picture of the support available.
You've sort of answered my question. Can I just check could I go to the Eco Fund for, say this was the case that we got was the resource consent for a monitoring thing in the lake, for example. Could someone apply to the Eco Fund in part for the resource consent for that and for this one in part? Would it, and I just don't want to have double dipping. And I just want
for
that
monitoring, it's easy.
Well, sorry, for the resource consent for a monitor, I said.
I'd have to refer to the Eco Fund policies to whether it covers.
I just don't want to see us double dipping, and I don't know if that's everyone's view or not, and it's just.
We don't do resource.
Oh, sorry.
So
I don't know.
I think it's just an good question. We'd have to check the Eco Fund criteria, but I think that we should be through communication between the teams to be able to manage. But Gavin might.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Howard has the answer.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Andrea.
I think it excludes
Through the chair, at the moment, there's nothing stopping people, but we are looking at a broader approach to environmental incentives, and as part of that, looking at the criteria for the Eco Fund. So we would make sure that we are linking those two and we come up with a definitive answer on whether that's possible. But at the moment, it is possible.
So we could put a line in here if we wanted to, that funding for consents should be either this process or EcoFund, not both, or excludes both.
We can.
Why can't you just exclude resource consents from the eco fund?
Yes.
We've never given money
Yeah.
for resource consent
Yeah.
to the eco fund. It's just not part of the criteria.
Yeah, yeah.
Comfortable as is okay?
It's just,
Okay, Gary?
Cool, thanks. Hopefully this is a really obvious question, but so when an application's received, and I think there wouldn't be many that wouldn't be having a pre-consultation meeting, if the applicants appeared unapparent to or unaware of this, the staff will raise it with them. So they will say, have you heard about this?
Yes.
And make them aware.
So I think we've had a case already in Queenstown associated with a project from a community group where it's been flagged this policy is about to go before council, and that if they just hold fire, we'll give them an update after today, and then they can consider that after July in terms of an application.
Excellent. No, that's really proactive. Thank you. And also too, if there isn't enough money, like if this suddenly becomes very popular, will we have some avenues to maybe have some more available?
So we'll report back through the regulatory committee, and so you'll see whether the uptake of this and what sort of money's left, and obviously if it's running out, there's a discussion that I can have with Nick, and then if there are options, we can present them back to council. Yeah.
Thank you.
Carmen, are you happy to move?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, and you're happy that 2 just refers to option 1 in the paper?
Yes.
As reference to option 1?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Carmen, second by Hillary, and we'll just deal with the 5 recommendations all in one. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
Richard,
Yeah,
Joe,
really
well
good.
done. 7.7, this is the, 7.6 Zero Carbon 2030 Alliance Memorandum of Understanding. Welcome to Mariana and Amanda.
Plan that quick.
We'll just bang it up tonight.
I'll just note that I'll sit back from this one, Andrew.
So this report seeks council approval for a memorandum of understanding, MOU, for the Dunedin City Zero Carbon 2030 Alliance. Welcome both. Sorry, we've kept you waiting. Any initial comments you'd like to make with regards to your report? No? Happy to take questions?
Sure.
Any queries, questions, Kate?
Just simply one, and I may not have got to the detail in the actual MOU itself. Who will be attending on behalf of the ORC and where that is? Because
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I have been trying to get to the bottom of that this week, Kate, and the answer is that will be resolved through the development of the terms of reference.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm sorry is not a fantastic answer. Yes, it does only refer to 2 key representatives at this stage of the process. And I would also, key representatives, sorry.
And the current delegates.
And I would, and I would also note that only 2 of the members are councils. So the idea of whether they are governors or staff is not entirely relevant to everybody, which is perhaps why it's written in such a neutral
yeah,
way.
no, that's great. So we're not being asked to do that yet.
No.
Okay, yeah.
It's
It's fine. It answers my question.
Paragraph 7.
Yeah, no, I've just found that, but it's, yeah.
Any further questions, Brian?
So I think this is really good. The DCC is leading it, and how much power are we actually giving away, like in terms of budgetary and stuff like that?
Nothing.
No. Cool. Thank you.
Good answer. Hillary?
Can we put in whether it's governors or staff that are the representatives?
I was wondering.
Or put in one or the other, knowing that we can, if that doesn't work for the other people. I think it's without knowing, it's always a bit dodgy to have sort of council just sort of.
Sarah's just made the point, it would be good to have the flexibility. Yes. Otherwise, if we put one or the other, potentially we end up coming back to get approval to.
2, or is it 1?
But it's 2 people. Is a key
if it's 2 people,
for the panel,
can we define them as one governor and one
Sounds good. And staff.
It's
Mr. Chairman.
unclear.
You speak up, Sarah.
Oh, sorry. I guess my advice would be just to avoid extra administrative burden. It's unclear at the moment. Mariana's had a really, conscientious attempt to try and get that clarity, and it hasn't been forthcoming. I'd rather we didn't try to second guess it.
Could it come back to us then with the whatever, because somebody's proposing this. It's proposed by either governors or.
If it needs a governor representative, we don't make those decisions ourselves. We come back through the chair. So
yes, but if it doesn't.
But
what I'm saying is I would like to know whether we are agreeing to us as governors doing something or whether we're agreeing to staff doing something. I think that's a fair enough question for us to be saying, which is it?
Can I ask a question of Hillary?
It will just come back to you in a minute. Hey, but Amanda.
Well, I was just about to say, so in terms of the MOU, joining, it's the chair who we're seeking delegation for the chair to sign the MOU to signal our membership of, that we want to be a member of the group. So there is that governor oversight already. And then when it comes to the decision on who's on the various groups and whatnot, if it requires governor involvement, we'll come back.
It would have the chair, would it?
Well, the chair, you're signing up to a member, so it's not staff aren't.
Yeah, but
staff
not
aren't signing up to
if it
membership.
requires governor involvement, because I'm saying I would like it to have governor involvement, and you're saying it'll come back to us if it does. I'm saying if it doesn't, then we're out of there,
I guess some of the activities that the MOU is proposing is working together on building, how we make our building more carbon efficient and how we work together. So some of those activities probably wouldn't be relevant or of interest necessarily to governors, but we can note. that.
Can we ask our chair to come back with a just us to endorse our representative?
Once we get clarity, from along the road from the city, we will make that clear who it is or who they would like, governance or staff or combination or both.
We're proposing that staff report back on the activities of the group, so that'll come back through that report back process.
Any other queries? Kevin?
There's probably, and it isn't our recommendation, but the first part I'll go to is on page, our page 559, which is part of 5.3, 5.3I. It says, and it always worries me when people say use your best. And so it's got use best endeavours to support the development of zero carbon 2030 plan for Dunedin. And if I look at the ORC in Dunedin, our greatest contribution to possibly doing that will be converting to electric buses. Now,
People out of cars.
well, yeah, but it's still, even if we get them out of cars and onto our normal buses, which was very well pointed out by Councillor Decker earlier, the transition we still will be pushed
Look at the facts.
to get them onto electric buses. So how do we actually fund that, and how do we guarantee we can do that? And who decides whether it's our best, just that our best endeavours made? Like how do we?
We failed already today.
Yeah, if you know what I mean. Like it just to me that sort of
So
who is the judge of that?
all right. So this the expiry date for this is the 31st of December 2030. By 2025, every new bus has to be electric. So we have to be making that transition anyway. So I think, there are other levers that are going to require that of us anyway. By 2035, the fleet has to be electric
anyway, doesn't it?
From memory. So, we'll be well through that transition. So I don't think this agreement precludes, I don't think there's any impediment to this agreement because we'll be doing it anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other queries? If not, my only comment, just basically speaking to the the 4 recommendations was yet to be moved, but I'm happy to move.
I'll
Second, Kate. Yeah, great opportunity to share the knowledge, work in collaboration. To me, it just makes so much sense where if we can avoid duplication, etc. Win-win. Any further speakers? If not, I'll put the 4 recommendations all together. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much, both. 7.7 Science Program to inform the Land and Water Plan. This report summarises the Freshwater Management Unit based science and research program to gather land and water information which will be used to inform the new Land and Water Plan. Welcome Gwyneth, welcome Julie, welcome Helen, Ben, and welcome Ben, and welcome Pete. No, come on.
Just quickly, for those that haven't met Helen Manley, she's our team leader of the water team in science and joined us late last year, but I think this is the first time in front of council.
Welcome aboard, Helen.
Ben, you'll know because he's jumped teams to the science team as well. He's our team leader for land. Right, so this paper is, I guess, an update. We had a paper we came to you with in November that talked about our regional approach and how it was going to be applied to the hydrology aspect of the Land and Water Plan science program. This is looking at the rest of the program as well.
Just before you start, Helen, can I just say this was quite sobering reading, knowing what we have got to achieve over a relatively tight time frame, and realising that there will still be quite a significant amount of more work required even once the Land and Water Plan is notified, and knowing that the pressure that you're already under from a science perspective, I mean, you're already tapping into external consultants, etc. So yeah, it was quite a sobering read. Anyway, Helen, we're in your hands.
So this builds on what we presented in November and gives more detail about the science behind what we're doing to prepare for the Land and Water Plan, and then beyond that as well. So you will have seen, so this one here at the end sort of summarises it all in a pictorial way.
Do you want to step us through that, Helen, initially? When I find it.
Yep.
It's page 577.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So it talks about the water accounting regime, etc., etc. And are you able just to give us a bit of an overview of just how it all sort of comes together?
Yeah. So for each of these subjects, we are gathering up the information for each of the FMUs. So prior to the consultation, so the consultations are down the right-hand side, and so for each one, we're gathering up the information, writing a sub-chapter for the FMU chapter with information about all these subjects. So that's the water accounting is separate because that's an underlying bit of work that we need to do for the MPSFM, but it's not particularly required for the Land and Water Plan, but we do need to do it. So that's sort of a side subject. The water quantity is the hydrology that will go into each FMU. So we are initially doing we've done the regional modelling, and so that was the work that was presented in November. And then for the Taieri and North Otago, we're going to be doing more bespoke modelling. But for the first three, for the Catlins, the Upper Clutha Lakes and the Dunedin coast, we are using the regional hydrology from the model that we've got. And then there'll be fine-scale modelling for Taieri and North Otago, and then some little bits of the Roxburgh, Dunstan and the Lower Clutha. Then we've got the water quality, which most of that was already in the SOE report that you had in March, I think. April. Land use, we're collecting that information now, and we are getting land solution matrices. For the first few FMUs, they will be regional, like a matrix of potential land solutions, land use changes to achieve the water quality targets that we need. Further on, once we've got them done for the FMUs that have got maybe more complicated problems, by then we will have had the water quality, the hotspots, if you like, for the sediment, the nitrates and the phosphorus identified. And for those ones, we'll be getting matrices of potential land use mitigations for those particular hotspots. And so that'll be the later FMUs. We're gathering the soil information, but for the more intricate stuff, that is one thing that's going to be ongoing after 2023. The wetlands program is another one that is long term. We are doing the Schedule 9 ones that are already in the water plan. Yep. And then we'll be going to giving priority to the ones in the Taieri Scroll Plain. But then after that, there will be more that will be ongoing after 2023.
See, there's been about 9,000 identified already, or just under. Wow.
Estuaries, we have limited information on our estuaries, and I think has Sam already given you the estuary program? Yep. But for the FMUs, we will be gathering the information that we do have. Biodiversity, we're gathering the information that is available for each of the FMUs now. And I might let Pete talk about the fish passage in a minute. And habitats, we will be doing some habitat modelling in the Taieri and North Otago. And for groundwater, you've had the groundwater SOE report, maybe that was March. Yeah. And so that'll be feeding into each of the FMUs, but for some of the FMUs, we don't have a lot of information at the moment. So that will be fleshed out in work programs.
Well, Pete, do you want to cover off fish passage?
Yeah, I can.
You might pay just to come a little bit closer to the mic. Thank you.
Getting you to speak louder, so my wife's hearing aids. Actually, getting hearing aids is actually sort of disturbed my speech and how loud I'm talking now. I can actually hear myself talk for the first time, and
it'll come right.
I've had them for a while. That's all right. That's okay.
Did you like what you said?
In the past, I probably like better what I said in the past than I do now because I can actually hear myself. Well, better get down to it. So the first step on the fish passage, which is a requirement under the NPS FM 3.26, there's basically an inventory type assessment. And within that inventory assessment, there's really two components to that. There's fish passage where we want to provide fish passage, where it's currently being prevented. And there's another component where we actually want to maintain the prevention of fish passage. So we want to prevent undesirable species getting into our threatened populations of non-migratory galaxids. So really the priority work, in my view, is actually on our threatened species. Some of our threatened species occupy less than half a hectare. And where we want to provide fish passage, most of those fish generally can still be caught in the ton. There's thousands of them, but we still want to go forward with that. From that inventory, then we actually have to create action plans for each of the issues. And that's why it's going to take such a long time, because for some of the action plans, it could be a few $100s to rectify. Like some of our culverts that we see along our peninsula, it could be a simple muscle rope and you can dangle it through there, and many of our migratory species can climb, and it's quite simple. Some of our larger infrastructure could be into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we don't really know what that looks like until we've done our inventory. Yeah. that's why there's sort of a long-term plan. But in the LWRP, we only have to include the fish passage component, which is actually identified. I can read it out if you wish, but yeah, that's all we really need to do to address the LWRP.
I just had a query, the Strehler, is it Strehler order?
Oh,
Are you
yes.
able just to give a quick
Yeah, I did have a
definition?
footnote. I had a footnote, but it fell off.
Yeah, yeah.
So Strahler is a way of talking about the branching of the rivers.
I'll do a diagram. It's easy.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a wee diagram here.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
We won't be able to see it.
Okay. So basically, as you come off the mountain, you might have a stream like that, and then you'll have another one coming in. So these are one, and as that, then that becomes a two. And as you come down catchment, you have other ones coming in.
Oh, I get you.
And then they become three. That could be a one. And
All your tribs that
yeah.
feed.
And as each one connects in, the receiving body becomes a higher order. So it goes from just the count to your Tyree at the bottom end could be somewhere in 7 or 8, 9.
So can I just check? You go 1, 1, 2, then you had another one coming in,
Yeah,
it
it could be
became
1, 2.
3,
Yes.
and then just below that 3, there's another one coming in.
Correct.
So
That
below
could be a
that,
1,
it
2.
becomes 4.
Yeah.
I got it
And
right?
that
Yeah.
becomes 4.
So what happens if that one to the left? One to the left too? Does that become 5?
It drives.
No.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Fluvial geomorphology, Kate.
Shouldn't have asked that
Taken my
question.
time.
That's how they started.
And be scientists.
Thank you very much, Pete. That's really useful. So, thank you.
The overview. Julie, Ben, Gwyneth, nothing to add? No? Happy? Right, Marion, questions, Marion?
Questions. First of all, what does ground truth? I've got 2 questions. What does ground truth mean?
It means visiting on the ground and.
Oh, for God's sake. Sorry.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
means real, not model.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the second one is, and it's a bigger one, it's called the Land and Water Plan. When you talk about looking at the soil here, it's about how the soil affects the water. You talk about biodiversity, and it's not the lizards up in those ranges or the geckos up there. It's about the fish in the water. Do you see what I mean? So the Land and Water Plan, is it really more about the water than it is about the soil, except when the soil affects the water?
So this is a good question.
Sorry?
It's a policy question, not a science question, though, I think. We were actually having this discussion just the other day, and it's something that we're proposing to take the Land and Water Governments group to have some more discussions about the extent and scope of the land component of the Land and Water Plan, because the water bits is clearer in terms of, requirements are and what the needs are, but the land component is something new for ORC. So there's some policy decisions that might need to be made as a result. So that will come up through the Land and Water Governance group.
You've got some
Gretchen.
paragraphs in here that are sort of saying, hey, some of this land shouldn't be carrying this much stock, or something like that. There was a paragraph I saw.
Yeah, so that's, yeah. So this is the input into what a policy might look like.
Thank
yeah?
you.
The queries, questions? Brian?
Yeah, no, thank you for this. This is exciting. This is what our council has asked for, more science. If I had a concern, it is that when I look back at some of the science reports that are presented to this table, it's not always clear, well, to governance, possibly to the community, about what the report actually is saying, what the conclusion is. Should we be concerned? What direction should we sort of go in? So, for example, the State of the Environment report, what the ODT actually picked up was that, the debate amongst governance, that we endeavoured to take from the report whatever we wanted to take from it, as opposed to a clear, communicated conclusion, direction. Should we be concerned or not? Now, so my question is, are you building, we're going to get out there and get all this information. What steps will you be going to so that the information as it feeds in, we're putting a lot of money in here, is actually communicating a clear path and conclusions and such like going forward?
So there's almost, I think there might be, can I suggest there's maybe two elements to the question.
It
One
could
is communicating the science.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that the teams, Julie and I definitely have had discussions about how we make
Cool.
it more accessible to the public in terms of the science. In terms of the environmental monitoring side, it's something we're very conscious of with Aquarius coming on board and
Yeah.
the user friendliness of that. So it is definitely something where we're thinking about how we make it more accessible. And I know Richard is talking, am I allowed to talk about that or not? It's the communication of science and yeah, am I allowed to talk about it? So I think Richard's I guess in discussions with external parties to think about how through the comms component of it, how we do that communication of science as well. Don't want to refer to actual names because I'm not quite sure the status of the thing. In terms of the policy element, I think it's important to remember that the policy, there's a whole lot of inputs there, as you can see from the diagrams, and the policy will take all of the inputs to form policy. There are exceptions in terms of if we do have a specific report now under the NPS-FM, where if there are attributes that are degrading, I think we've brought this to you before, we do need specific action plans to address those attributes.
Cool.
Our advice from MFE at this point is we don't have to do that until we've done our FMU process and we've notified our land and water plan. But in general, all this suite of inputs go into policy making in their full suite, not as individual bits of information or data, I think is what I'm trying to express. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would just appreciate if just some thinking went into just how it's communicated so that we as governors can do our job. Should we be, the Lawa report, for example, it talked about E. coli incidents, and then, but there was also this relationship in terms of when it rains, should we be concerned or not? The state of the environment had a similar sort of toing and froing. I just throw that in there, and I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to look at some potential communication assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Yeah, thanks. It's amazing to see the schedule that you've just talked us through. There in black and white, and yeah, really clear what's going to happen when and how it all fits together. That's a big step forward. So thank you for all the work that's gone on there. Yeah, just thinking about what Brian was talking about, and the fact that this is a report looking at informing the land and water plan. And I guess, so there's a part about how do we engage with the communities that need to be engaged with in the FMUs, definitely, how best we do that. But also, I guess, how do we communicate our science program to the general community as well is a different question than just for the purposes of the land and water plan. So it's a really important question and one that you're obviously thinking about as well. But yeah, they're two different questions. How are we, and then also how much can we expect as governors, I suppose, in terms of that reporting when we are trying to, we're on a really tight time frame to do this science and to engage with the communities that need us to be engaging with them at the right times. So maybe I'm just thinking maybe we might be disappointed perhaps if we're not going to be investing a whole lot of money in broad scale communication of our science efforts, because we are going to have to target, I think, probably the approach we're taking. So that's something for us, I think, to think about in terms of why we're doing science and what the broader the reason for the broader program is beyond just the land and water plan. Yeah, it's another question. Anyway, I don't know. It's not really a question. It's just a question that popped into my head.
I think I'll try and turn it into a question. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I mentioned, working with Rich and thinking about the broader comms around science, the science program, but really, I guess the output of that science program. Engagement plan is part of our project plan for in terms of how we engage with for the land and water plan specifically, definitely part of it. And David Cooper is got a whole lot of things in train in terms of thinking of how you might do that regionally with stakeholders versus community groups versus in FMUs and those sorts of things. So that's all part of the planning of specifically around the land and water plan. Yeah.
Thank you. No further question, Kevin.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to question.
Happy to move.
It probably is a question, actually.
Would you like to move the two recommendations?
I'm going to move those recommendations.
Okay.
And then I
Question first.
Look, I think this is exactly what I wanted to see. It's look, it's a great effort, and it's certainly heading where I've only one concern with it, and that's around the time frame, and because I think we're going to do an exceptionally good job. I think the team's there to do it, the content's there to do it, but I'm really worried about this time frame. And that we're developing our team, and that's really, really good, and I can see that happening. We're also going to have to drag a community with us, so what David Cooper comes up with is going to be something quite special. But so I'm really worried about, and this is the time frame has been brought down upon us from the minister, and rightly so after the reports and that. So I just wonder, we need to know real early on in the piece if that time frame is going to create pressures, so we can perhaps, and I know we don't want to extend time frames, and I'm not saying now we have to, but I mean, if we have to ensure that the result at the end is not being a pressure cooked process, that the process is done right and we get the right answers or the best answers we can. And if we need to ask for more time, I'm just simply saying, well, just please let us know so we can, because.
So my answer to that is the program has been designed to meet the timeframes.
Oh.
Right. So it is still a very intense program, and we're trying to get as much in as we can to meet those timeframes. But if another time frame had been set, we might have designed the program differently. And so it's been reverse engineered to fit the timeframes for which we have.
And that's really absolutely spot on. But what I'm saying, all I'm saying for your staff well-being and our community well-being, if that's creating unrealistic, I know I'm not knocking how you've designed it, but if all of a sudden that's creating pressures, we need to know so we can somehow, as governors, alleviate that pressure. That's all I'm simply saying.
So I think we're very conscious as staff about that in terms of a staff perspective. I guess one of the key things perhaps we would work with governors is around expectation of the community, because this isn't necessarily the approach that's been done in the past. And that's something that we need to think about in terms of engaging the community about expectations, expectation setting about what we can provide in time for the land and water plan.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. If I could just add, look, we're managing workload pressures in a number of areas constantly, and it's challenging because we can't necessarily resolve the workload issue, but that's why we've wrapped a whole wellness program, flexible work, and a whole lot of other interventions around staff, so that we can make sure that we are looking after their welfare. They do come first. The messaging that I give is that staff are the most important people in our organisation, because they are our organisation. If we don't have staff, we have nothing. And so we need to look after them, and that's the approach that myself and senior leaders in the organisation are taking. Doesn't mean that it's easy, and it doesn't mean that we can necessarily always relieve the workload, but we are trying to be inventive and innovative, I suppose, around how we assist staff so that some of those pressures can be taken off.
Julie.
We actually work a lot with the community groups at different times, and I think with this program there's an expectation that we do work with landowners to get more information at different times as well. And I suppose that's what I want to iterate with what Gwyneth said before, is that the community expectations, we really need help with that. about the approach that we're taking for the land and water plan from a science perspective, because it's not the Rolls Royce, and we'll fill in the gaps later. Yeah, okay.
And I have probably a similar thought, because it's a broad regional scale approach.
Yeah.
If we need to make sure we're in the position that we've got, I'm not saying it won't be robust and defendable, but we need to, have those bases covered. And I suppose if it comes to the crunch and we somehow need to buy some more time, let's look at the opportunities to do that. And there's only one person who sits in Wellington that would allow that to happen. So, he might consider it. So I don't think we should absolutely rule that out if that was necessary to go and ask for some more time, if we had a valid, genuine reason to do that. Any other queries? Kate.
One question is, I appreciate how hard it is for the staff, but I'm also appreciating the more public or community stuff that you want. It's actually a really hard space out there for a lot of people as well, and it's and good building good relationships takes time, and that isn't something that we've got. If you get data, I've just got to disconnect here with the RPS and where we're going, and I think the context of the language, and I just want to test it with you. We've got some dates in the RPS with when we think we can get to I think it's paragraph 7 or 0.7 or something, where we can get to, and in that plan, and dates ranging from 2030 to 2050. They are plucked to a certain extent out of the air because we haven't got the data, I presume. I mean, it's that disconnect, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm not trying to, what I'm trying to say is, so the question I have is, if the community, if you find stuff that, how do you deal with a situation where you may find that you can't get to a point by say 2030, but it's in the RPS from your science? Does that make sense?
So I'm just to clarify, just to make sure I'm understanding this properly, you're referring to the freshwater visions in the RPS?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So where we've set, those visions have been set effectively through community consultation. You think of this suite of information is all the science program is all the information that allows us to understand what would need to be done to achieve those visions, and the policies are the potential interventions, whether they're there might be a regulatory one, but there might be some non-regulatory ones. I think, I don't know how we would, I guess we'd have, when we go through our land and water process and we're going back to our community with our suite of policy measures and non-regulatory interventions that might need to be achieved to achieve that vision, that's a conversation we need to have with them at that time, isn't it? That these are the things, this is the vision you said you wanted. We've done all our groundwork in order to achieve this vision. This is the kind of interventions and things we're talking about. That's when we'd have that conversation, which is, I can't remember what stage on this diagram.
And the only reason is, I think it is
second consultation on the diagram in the paper.
I think, and I'm going to give Manu here as an example, and it's so complex, it's really hard that we've started with that one in some ways, that we have to be messaging, or is it correct that what you're trying to message is, this is the best we've got going forward, way to go, but if we can't, we will look at other options, or is that not the case? Are we just looking at that target?
The freshwater vision target, or this? The freshwater vision was set through a process that we undertook as part of the RPS.
But not based on science, that's the problem.
But they're not meant to be, they're meant to be on a community vision.
The community aspiration.
Yeah, aspiration. So it's not a hard line, whereas the science might give us a hard line.
The science will give us the information to understand how we would get to there.
Yeah. Fulfill the vision.
Fulfill the vision.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Kevin, you're moving?
Absolutely. Yep.
To recommendation. I'll second.
Yep.
Seconded by Carmen. Any discussion? Yes, Gary.
Okay, look, I was going to ask those questions, and then I thought, well, they're obvious questions, and it's around, well, are we going to be able to fulfill this or not? I am really, really concerned about what we are going to have to put in place and put to our community in the really 2-year time period that will be robust and defendable, because, you know, I'm hearing messages through our policy and strategy and planning around things are going to be fixed with the land and water plan. Now, what that worries to me is that some of these things that are going to be fixed are probably going to be quite hurting to some factions of the community, and it may be farmers, it may be whoever, with our land and water plan being notified with some pretty major changes involved. And if we don't have robust science to back that, and of course, how can we in such a short time period, and we're gathering a science team and we're looking to be putting a really, you know, a comprehensive science team in place, then we will have to enter our plan with some hopefully flexibility, because it's not easy to change a plan once it's in place. And if, you know, if it's issues where there could be dairy farms that we're thinking there might not be dairy farms at a time in the future, then this is going to have massive impact. If our science is not robust, what we are seeing of late is that the community is quite happy to do its own science. It's not happy to do it, but it is doing it, and it is using it to challenge us. And in some cases it's winning. So we need to be prepared for that. And it worries me as to, well, what is going to be the solution to that as we go forward? And what I'm hoping, I mean, with David and the others who engage in the process in the next couple of years, that whether there's a way we can work with the community more so than we might ever have done in the past to preempt where that thinking might be, and maybe look to co-align our science so that a better outcome is found, that we enter a notified plan with actually some understanding of where these real challenges might be, and we might get a better outcome out of it.
You further speakers? If not, Brian.
Yeah, just make the point again, you know, like this science, I agree with Gary, it needs to be robust and all this, but it's never going to be perfect. We, you know, like we've said ourselves, all these steps are never the end. You know, like we just need to keep moving forward. We need to up our resource, start the science process, and we need to get on with it, and we need to continually improve. And at all these steps, none of them will be perfect. There'll always be gaps, and we need to move forward. But we can't have a situation we go, it's too tough, it's too tough, it's too tough, and we step. We just need to move positively forward. Incremental improvement, and we'll eventually get there.
No further discussion? If not, I'll put both recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you very much, all. Much appreciated. 7.8, Regional Pest Management Plan, Biosecurity Operational Plan. Welcome to Gavin and Andrea. Thanks, Richard.
Helen's writing.
Thank you.
No, I understand.
Yes, I would also appreciate.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I can tell you about some other thoughts I had.
No trouble.
So this report seeks approval to adopt the Otago Regional Council's Pest Management Plan 21-22 operational plan. So welcome both. Andrea, is there anything you'd like to comment on with regards to your report? No, take it as read. Lovely, Gavin.
I'd probably just say that this plan delivers the first year of the long-term plan that's been approved, so they are totally aligned.
Excellent.
And reflects the option 2 that was worked up during the consultation period.
The 3.3 mil option for biosecurity, biodiversity. Right.
In which case I will move.
Thanks, Hilary. So that's the
Recommendations.
4 recommendations. Yeah, I will second. Marion, question?
Yeah, question. It's a quick question, and it's a fabulous plan. Darlings, it's about 3.4 sustained control pest programs. I understand it, and you've got Russell Lupins. So I went to check in here my understanding of what Russell Lupins were, and all I can think about is Naseby and the walks along all the waterways with Russell Lupins. So I'm presuming that you're going to sustain control means you keep it in Naseby and not spreading. Am I right? It's not eradication of Russell Lupins. No. As what?
It's minimising the spread.
Minimising the spread. So Naseby will continue with them. Yep. But we don't expect to see them in Oturahua.
Brian.
Hey, a big thank you. I'm really supportive of what's going on here. I mean, there's a lot going on, for goodness sake, increased inspections, implementing the policy, focus on regions, expansion of the Wallaby, and then there's all this rabbit rollout. Like we were saying to science before, you've got some challenges. Well, you guys have got some challenges too. So what are the risks, or how are you going to manage that? Or are you going to just sort of regularly be transparent and come back to this group and say, this is how it's tracking, this is what we're doing, we've had some success, how are you going to manage that? Or are you going to hold all your cards and drop them out at the end?
We would do that. Through the chair. So
reporting. We're not allowed to.
Yes. ORC's core values are open and honesty, etc. So we're operating from a reasonably low base, I think.
Yeah.
So that provides us with immense opportunities, but some challenges just in terms of managing expectations. The better you get, the higher the expectations are of the business to deliver. So I think, as we have done, we will prepare a accurate summary of the situation in terms of the quarterly reporting that we submit to the implementation committee.
Cool. Thank you. Carmen?
Sorry about that. I like the thoroughness of this plan. Thank you. And I like how you spell out everything that we need to know, especially on part 4. 579, where we've got private land and land owned by territorial authorities and Crown entities. That's the big bits missing. Thank you very much. Now, I'm only nitpicking here, but could you help me? Because if you go to page 581, you talk about the operational plan number 10, and then number 11, it says the operational plan must be entirely consistent. It cannot introduce any new objectives, rules, or regulatory tools. My only thing to you is, what if you have no choice, or the landscape changes, or we have another COVID virus or something beyond our control? Dear God, we don't want to have that. But I thought about this for ages and thought, no, I have to ask you this question. What if something comes at us? I don't know, maybe the wallabies might end up with TB. God knows. I don't want them to, but there could be something that we've as unforeseen here. And do we have some flexibility, even though we say we don't?
Through the chair, the Biosecurity Act trumps the Regional Pest Management Plan. So if there's anything nationally significant or important, then that's the overarching framework in which we would be required to respond to.
And if it's naturally significant, but it's only happening in Otago because we haven't found it anywhere else, it's the same sort of policy? Sorry, Andrew's nitpicky, but
definitely yes.
You don't know.
Through the chair.
Yeah, I was thinking velvet leaf, that sort of thing. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Love paragraph 20. It's all right. It's your new things that you're doing this year. That's good. There you go.
Thank you. Any further questions? Kate?
This is a high level question. I understand the process that got us to this for the funding. You needed the funding before you could do this. Would you anticipate that the 2022-23 plan will be available when for people? Because it's whether these things are available before the annual plan if we want to increase the funding. Because I think it's when you get this detail that people are better informed rather than the high level plan. The operational stuff, it makes people easy to support it. Does that make sense?
Yep. Through the chair, so this is the only second ever, despite being required since 1993. So it's exciting that we've got that.
Congratulations, I should have preempted that, sorry.
No, that's all good. So we're learning some things as well in terms of our process. We don't want to so I think there is an opportunity to signal directions earlier than this in future years. We're still in the operational
immaturity, and we're getting mature.
And then our house in order, but we also, I imagine next year's plan will introduce a greater element of strategic, proactive, more at that front end of biosecurity than the current plan. So it's sort of a stepped transition, but we can definitely signal the intended staff direction to get feedback.
Thank you. That's great.
I think also this year was a bit different because you had two options that only very recently you decided which one to go with, and that would have had a strong influence on the operational plan. So that's why it's the timing now, whereas as Ms Howard says, in future years, we will probably have the plan earlier for the reasons Councillor Wilson has given.
Excellent, thank you. Carmen.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you a quick question, and I'm not being rude here. On page 582, which is number 20 in your paragraphs with the square around it, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's number F. Now you've got focus on effort based on ecosystems and habitat mapping data, and that's not that's definitely to do with more ecosystems. But could you tease it out a bit? It's obviously not rabbits doo-doos. I'm picking it's obviously more ecosystem. So can you just give me a little bit more information, please?
Sure. So that really encompasses being a bit more strategic about how we allocate our resources. So our job will never be done. So what we're aiming to do is use the recently acquired data around biodiversity so that we can concentrate some effort into the areas that will provide the greatest biodiversity outcomes, as opposed to, while we also want to balance that against the whole coverage of the whole region, where we've got limited resources and an unlimited job. We want to use that data to help inform and prioritise our work.
Thanks, Ms Howard.
No other queries? Michael.
A very low level question. Spartina, way back in my history, we used to dig it out of the mud because that was the only way you get rid of it. Is there some other way now that you can get rid of Spartina?
Yes, through the chair, there is. So it's a chemical formula is now used that's safe to use in waterways. So our staff have spent a long time, I guess, tinkering around or trialling different formulations. It's currently now we use contractors, but we provide technical advice in terms of the right methods. But it's through agri-chemicals.
Pleased to hear that was a shocking job.
Thank you all. Question, Andrea, is Murray Boardman, is he with you today?
Yep. Murray.
Okay, Murray. So have you been here in the chamber before, Murray? No. Welcome, and you're your performance delivery specialist. Excellent. Welcome aboard. We look forward to seeing you again in this forum. Any other queries? No, it's been moved by Hillary. I seconded it. I'll put those 4 recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to the recommendations adopted at committee meetings. I assume we'll just move these as a block, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. The Standing Committee recommendations plus the Otago South and Joint Regional Transport Committee recommendations, moved by Hillary, seconded by Alexa. Any comment, questions? Brian.
Thank you for meeting with Yellow-Eyed Penguin Trust. Thank you. Is there anything you want to share with us?
Not actually quite there, but I'll come back to you just in 2 seconds. I'll just put this motion first.
Committee reports.
No, just 7.9, that's all right. I'll put the motion. That's for those 5 committees that we adopt the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Yes, Sue Murray and Eric. Sorry, I can't think of his surname. The chair.
Shelton.
Thank you, Shelton. Yep. Yeah. So that was post the Queenstown meeting. Where we made that call with regards to annual plan, not to support Yellow-Eyed Penguin and channel them to, not directly, but channel them towards the Eco Fund. So the conversation was around, was there any opportunity within our science program, and I haven't spoken to Gwyneth about this yet, but was there any opportunity, I'm not expecting you to answer this, Gwyneth, around the science program where we could align where Yellow-Eyed Penguin Trust were within their work program, had something targeted that was also on our work program. So that was the conversation, just to see whether there was some sort of opportunity there where we could align.
Okay.
Yep. So Chair's report and Chief Executive's report. Any queries, any other queries? Alexa and then Carmen.
I'd just like to say something about Chief Executive's report. I don't know if Andrew's still here. Howard? I just got such wonderful feedback from your involvement with Wā Wānaka, and also with the ELT going up to meet them. They were really, really pleased, but I haven't heard all the details, but they were very pleased to be included and to find that they've got a way forward with you. I've actually had a lot of feedback about how Andrew's been working with people. Thank you. Thank you. Over there.
Sorry, was it Carmen?
Oh, thank you. Chairs, yours actually, I have 3 questions for you. And I'm not trying to pick a fight here when I ask you this question, but I know you were at Minahira Care and consultation at Omakau, and then Alex, how did you find the meeting and what could we have done differently?
I didn't attend the Alex one. I was still in Central. I stayed.
I apologise.
Yeah, I stayed in Central, whatever night that was, Thursday, I think. Omakau meeting, obviously there was a good turnout. There was obviously a fair bit of tension in the hall. Probably the vast majority were there that probably didn't really embrace the scenario presentation in a way that would be, where am I going with this? But basically, I think that most attendees were a bit sceptical about the whole MRG process and the scenario proposal, which is understandable. But I mean, the presentation, staff did well to get the presentation across, and there was obviously some queries and questions. That particular night, Kevin and I and Michael Laws were there. At the end of the meeting, I actually felt that there was good interaction between the staff, elected members and locals. Following that, Kevin and myself, or Kevin encouraged me to go across to the Omakau Hotel for a brief period of time, and we met a number of other attendees there as well. It was a bit tense, but the reality is this process is running parallel with Plan Change 7. It's not only landowners but business people there. Like the garage owner who's employs 5 people, and he's concerned that what eventually comes out of a minimum flow will impact on his business, etc. So, but I think it's important that we stay with the community through this journey. Not suggesting that it'll be easy, but we're a player in this, and we need to ensure that we're there at the end point as well, along with everybody else.
Thank you. Now, I asked you that because I just wanted then to go on to the next question, which is about you meeting with the ANZ Ag team.
Yes, yep.
And you talk about the regulatory consent issues relating to the rural sector. And I know Richard and Joe would have done a great job on their PowerPoint, as they always do. They're very good at it. Yep. But I just wanted I was bringing that mood in for a start to see, was the mood a little bit the same?
No, it was probably a little bit different. I think the ag, the bankers from the ag sector, or the ANZ ag sector, they were really looking for more information about, where's ORC at with their planning processes, whether it's the RPS or land and water plan, from a regulatory perspective, the intensive winter grazing. They had a lot of questions. I suppose a lot of questions around what does it look like on the ground, sort of thing, because their clients are asking questions. And I mean, the positive that came out of that, well, I mean, we were well received, but also there was, and I know Richard and Joe have circulated it, but there was some information sharing, like a newsletter that goes out to planners, is it, and others, that is being shared with the ANZ team there, so they can circulate it to their clients. So there's a willingness to share information. We're obviously keen to use the ag managers as an avenue to reach out to the farmers as well. Not only we're trying to do that ourselves directly, obviously, but we're also trying to embrace other opportunities such as that.
Thank you. And the last question to you is, you and Councillor Wilson went and you met with the MP David Clark, and I'm delighted that you have been in discussion with areas such as Catlins for internet infrastructure. How did you get on? Also, did you push the boat out there for our people down at Torrey Mouth?
You okay?
I'm following up with another meeting with one of his staff members, Jared, and I've got a wonderful lady down there, or family, who are prepared to front. It has put them made them consider digital in a different way. They weren't quite aware of some of those issues. I think it's fair.
I think that feeds in too, doesn't it? From what, also I always get very nervous for our harbour master down there at Torrey Mouth, you know, so if something goes wrong, because it's such terrible coverage even for a phone. So I really appreciate that, and I thank you for pushing the barrel for us.
Good as gold.
It's another good example we could use as the harbour master.
Yeah, no, true. True. Gary.
Yep. Quick question, just on something that's not there.
Oh yeah.
It was just a reminder around the. I've been watching for any interaction with Southland and their contribution to the rescue helicopter that they have been avoiding forever. And I see regularly in the paper our rescue helicopter regularly attending in Southland, and that's great that it does. But I think we were just to keep reminding you when you do interact with them that they need to be reminded to be contributing. And I wonder whether they have actually done that in their long-term plan.
Not sure the answer to that, but we certainly raised it when we first talked about it here some time ago, but certainly happy to raise it again and ask the question whether they have made any provision in the LTP.
I'll keep reminding you anyway.
No, good as gold. Thank you. Any other queries or questions either on my report or Sarah's report? Someone like to move that we note those report. Thanks, Carmen. Seconded, Alexa. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. That's for both of those reports. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. It's the resolution to exclude the public. Moved, thank you. Second, I'm not sure, was that Marion?
Marion, yes.
Marion moved, Carmen second.
Yep.
I won't read out what it is, it's there on the order paper for everyone to read. I'll put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried.
We still zooming